This is really an epic journey of humanity, because for the first time in the history of mankind, we have the knowledge, both engineering, scientific, and business knowledge, to be able to start reaching to the stars for many of the things that human beings need to be effective and to be happy. And so to be on this journey and to be the activists, if you will, helping people understand what this can mean is just a joy. And that's why I'm so grateful to be a part of this.
And there are innovation patents that are waiting to come to market to create that next billion or $1 trillion economy. And we need to look for that workforce where we may have not thought of them, in the inner cities, in rural communities, minorities, women, veterans, retirees. We have the workforce we need for the space economy. We just have to reach out and let them know that they can be part of this community.
What we want for MarsCoin for it to be democratic, for anyone to be able to mine it. And so it's very easy to get a hold of one of these. This is called a Future Bit Apollo, Moonlander 2 USB key. But there's a wide variety of ASIC hardware that's available. And we're even talking about making our algorithm even easier so you can mine it on a smartphone or a computer.
Space and some other niche markets we found gave us the ability to make revenue, bring in some business, to show we can execute, to also mature manufacturing so we know what the yields look like and the stats.
There is a misunderstanding that just because we are talking about space, it's all about wonderful cooperation. That is what we aspire for and we hope for. But if you look at the programs, for example, China and Russia space program, Turkey, for example, India to an extent as well, these are very nationalistic space programs. Yeah. And so China, what it has very cleverly done is that it has actually established a Belt and Road Space Information Corridor in the last few years. And this is President Xi's thinking in terms of institutionalizing the Communist Party of China.
Andy talks about risk in a couple different ways. I've been...
That's my car. Go on.
Oh my God, that's epic. It's still wrong, but it's epic. Space Force TM, trademark for Netflix, I think is a damn funny show. Your character is played by John Malkovich. Like, that guy is you.
Who has a much better oratory style and a much better wardrobe than I do, by the way.
And to me, when we're ready to use a certain technology, a certain thing, not just for solving problems, but also for the expression of our very being and in who we are, I think that's one of the markers that technology has arrived. Like, it's now something that helps us talk about who we are, not just solve the problems we have.
The big moneymaker is probably in the near term going to be the backlog of space tourism that we're seeing. And so this is nothing to do with a government program. This is commercial companies making commercial, doing commerce in the private sector, which has been really looked down upon in the news, but I think it's kind of exciting.
This is our opportunity to build a future where we take this journey into the economy of space and do it responsibly as a human race.
I think we can get there, but I think we got to be smarter than we were in the past. And this is where we want to get to. This is what the next plaque needs to say instead of "we came in peace for all mankind." We came in profit for all mankind.
Good morning. It is bright and early this morning, 6 a.m. on the West Coast. I am so happy to be here with y'all. Thank you. This is our second Better Futures event, and even though it's the 17th event that we've hosted over the last year and a half. We hosted them for the the Foundation for the Future. We hosted them for Moon Society, Mars Society, International Space University, and the Chief Scientist of U.S. Space Force. So we've been doing these events really for quite a while now. But this is only the second one that we've done ourselves. So that's new for us. I'll tell you a little bit about that history in a minute. What we're trying to do here is really kind of like broaden everyone's horizons. We want people to start thinking about what's next. We're gonna talk about what's next a lot today. It should be a pretty interesting and fun program. We've got some really great speakers here. Let me just zip through the lineup a little bit. We're gonna start with me. The intro is pretty basic. It gives people a little bit of time to join the call and get involved. We have some really interesting stuff coming up, though. I'm going to talk about something that most people have not heard of, called the Starship Singularity. We're going to go into that in a fair amount of detail this morning. Super happy to have James Burke on our call. He is the new executive director of the Mars Society. He's been on the job for 3 months. So we're going to hear an update from him. And that kind of kicks off this theme that we're calling Advocacy Changes the World. Space advocacy organizations change the world. And we have 4 speakers in that theme. Dr. Hanlon, Michelle Hanlon at University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. She's going to come in, not necessarily representing the school, but she's going to talk about her role as the president of the National Space Society. Angela Pura is going to come in and talk about her role as the new president of International Space University's U.S. Alumni Association. And then finally, we're going to hear from Rick Tomlinson. He is one of the 3 founders that created the Space Frontier Foundation. Now, all of these organizations have a place near and dear to my heart. I've been involved with all 4 of them at a pretty significant level over the course of my more than 20 years experience in space. So I felt like these organizations really punched way above their weight, especially 15 years ago, 18 years ago, 20 years ago, when literally no one in the world was talking about the idea of commercializing space, except for just a handful of organizations. And I think these 4 really paved the way for folks like me and then folks like y'all to get into space in a real way. Now, space is fractured a lot since then, and there's lots and lots and lots and lots of other organizations. But I would argue that these 4 were pivotal to the earliest days of space commercialization. We're gonna talk to Laura Forsick. She's great. She was a regular part of our programming when we were running the Foundation for the Future series of Blue Marble Week, and then later Conversations for the Future. So I really, really liked how she did what she did. She wasn't able to join us last month because she was having a new baby. So, but going forward from this month, going forward, she's going to be a regular participant, outlining what's new, what's happening in this field of commercializing. Well, it's not always commercial. The field of space stations. She's going to be giving us a rundown on the news about space stations. Then I'm going to give a regular feature that we call Grand Architecture. That's short. Another regular feature where we talk about Liftport Group and our lunar space elevator infrastructure. Then we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about this big idea of space stations. Requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trades. What do we need to do if we're going to start thinking about giant capacity in space? And what do I mean by that? I mean 15,000 people as compared to 6 on the International Space Station. How do we get 15,000 people living, working, playing, having babies, dying on orbit? How do you feed them enough Oreos and Cheerios to keep them satisfied? I've had some pretty grim jokes recently about when cities were under siege and things are bad, you can devolve into eating the rats and then eating the shoe leather from your shoes. But if you run out of food on the station, you just go straight to cannibalism, which I think is pretty harsh. I certainly don't really think that's going to actually happen. Otherwise, I wouldn't be joking about it. But the logistics of getting the resupply, even if everything else, what's the resupply of this giant space station capacity? And I don't know if we're going to have 15,000 people in one small town in orbit, or if we're going to have 150 stations all designed differently, all operated by different rules or organizations, 150 stations with 100 people, 100 stations with 150. And even though all I've done is just reverse those numbers, the architectures are different. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. And then we're going to spend quite a while doing a review of the current space stations. We are tracking 11. I'm going to go into as much information as I know about those 11 and kind of see where we end up. And that brings us to the end of our day today. So that's a lot to cover in one day. Tomorrow, another fascinating topic. We're going to bring in Drs. Edelbrook and Mushtaq to talk about babies in space. What does it take to have a baby in space? What's the development path for these folks? What are they up against? Some of the issues they're dealing with. But my contention, my belief is that if we don't solve this problem, then all we're doing is going on camping trips to space. We may be able to export, pick a number, 1 million people to Mars if you've got the rocketry. But if you're not having babies, then all you're doing is camping. That's my opinion. And hardly anybody ever talks about this. What I refer to sometimes as the holy grail of space is how do we figure out how to have kids on orbit? So Dr. Edelbrook is going to be a regular feature of our series. We're going to host him and his team every month. Every month, I'm really committed to this idea. And last month they were here and they joined us with 4 hours worth of programming. So definitely you're going to want to catch that on our YouTube channel. And then going forward, they're going to focus just two hours a month to talk about current events and updates and plans. Next, we're going to talk with Lisa Klink. She was an editor and a professional writer for a couple of the Star Trek series, most especially Discovery, but also had some influence into Deep Space Nine and sorry, I just said Discovery. I meant Voyager. So she's been around for nearly 25, nearly 30 years as a professional writer in this field. And you'll notice, and I've had some pushback on the title, Starfleet Enterprise. I have a personal interest in the idea of developing the ideals of Starfleet. So how do we make Starfleet real? So Lisa's going to come in and she's going to talk about her experience, and she's going to talk about things she learned and things she wanted to learn while she was working on the show, and what Starfleet means to her. Then Dr. Tompkins is going to come in and talk about food systems off Earth. And what does that mean? What kind of requirements are necessary? How hard is that? And maybe, just maybe, figuring out the food chain, food supply system for off-world actually makes living on our world better. So pretty interesting stuff there. Finally, we're going to close with, everybody's got our fingers crossed for this one. Vadim Pasco is actually calling in from Ukraine, from Kyiv, to talk about his program Spline Cloud, which is an engineering tool that could be optimized for space stations. So pretty interesting next 2 days planned. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's going to be an awful lot of fun. The chats are open if you want to communicate back and forth, and we'll be posting links in the chats on a pretty regular basis. We're trying to focus on the next big thing in space, and let's really be clear about this. Rocketry works. We're really, really good at rockets at this point. Satellites work. We're really, really good at satellites at this point. We'll talk more about them later. So what's the next big thing in space? I think that's space stations. I think there's going to be, I think that is going to be the next big element of development. And we're going to talk about what that means as we go forward. But then what does that mean for us, for Liftport Group, right? We're known for being the space elevator company. As you can see some of my artifacts and hardware behind me. We decided that, no surprise, going to the moon, building an elevator on the moon is expensive. So we're building this event series as a revenue driver such that we can do the research and development, monetize our intellectual property, and create an independent revenue engine for Liftport. So that's kind of where we are and where we're going. Over the course of next year, we're going to do these events every month. We're going to expand our event series into 4 other topics, looking at the future, 2035. We're going to look at lunar settlement, settlers, and development. And we're going to look at the finance and capitalization of space. And finally, I really want to emphasize again, thanks to all of our terrific, terrific speakers. Without them, this program just simply wouldn't happen. I'm gonna be a little serious here for a moment. We had some speakers that were scheduled to speak for this event, but because of the situation in Ukraine, several of our military people, Department of Defense people that were going to weigh in on space stations, they were abruptly not available to speak at this event. So hats off to them for doing the work they need to be doing, and of course, hats off to the folks in the Ukraine that are active, whether they want to be active or not, participants in this, whether they want to be or not. So just kind of acknowledging. All right, we are going to switch gears to the first piece of the agenda, which again is me. I'm going to talk about the Starship Singularity, and when I do that, I'm going to bring up some documents and some slides. So bear with me for a moment while I change screens. All right. So I'm going to tell a bit of a story. I am writing a document. I don't want to write this document. I am not particularly good at writing. It's agony to me, writing. But I'm not going to have you read this. I'm just going to scroll through it a little bit. I've been asked to write a document based on the idea of Starship Singularity. So I'm going to switch screens for a moment again. About 2 years ago, almost, I was invited by the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force. I want to make sure that I'm showing the right screen. Is everybody seeing the state of the industrial base screen? Can I get a thumbs up or a nod or something? Okay, great. Thanks, Fabio. So about 2 years ago, the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force asked me to join a pretty small group of space professionals in what is known as the Industrial Space Base meeting. Super dull name, super important topic, and really important results that come out of this. So that was 2 years ago, and the document that came out of that 2 years ago had national implications. Several, I can name 5 different national policy elements came out of that meeting. There were new policies that came out of the Department of Education, Department of Defense, Department of Energy. That was one of my favorites because the Department of Energy released a request for proposal for developing nuclear power for space, which that hadn't been around for a really long time. That was really new. So that meeting tends to have a lot of ripple effects at the national policy level. The National Space Council takes action on it. It's a pretty interesting meeting, and let's be honest, I'm invited there because I'm a bit of a wild card. There's a long story to that. I'm not going to get into it very much, but I mean, you can imagine if I'm the guy who has put 20 years of his life into building first a Earth elevator, and then I transitioned into focusing on the lunar elevator about 11 years ago. I tend to be a guy who tends to think outside the box. So I'm invited to this thing, and it's a lot of fun. Of the 20 years worth of conferences and meetings I've attended, this is by far the most interesting and to me most important one. And so fast forward to last year. So the event happens, a lot of results happen out of it. And then it goes to the next year. And so this most recent one that happened last May resulted in this new document. And I'll be posting links to this in the chat right now. Hey, thanks, Jeff. Yes, it's definitely worth reading. The report itself is, scroll down to the bottom here. So you'll have access to it. I'm going to switch over to this one and look at it for a second. I've lost my page here. I was reading it a little bit before today. So during the meeting, I'm talking about this thing that I have referred to as the starship singularity. So it's pretty important to me that I'm cited in this, that I don't get cited very often, but we're going to talk about this document a little bit more here in a moment. So let's back up. So this idea of the starship singularity, it actually came about accidentally. About a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, when I was hosting the Conversations for the Future event, very similar to this one, different content, but similar style. One of my guests was Michael Mealing, and he's one of the founders of Starbridge Capital, a venture capital firm focused on investing in space. And we were just kind of riffing. We were just chatting and talking. And he told me something that I had not considered before. And it was, no one is sending proposals to them. No one is creating business plans based around the capabilities of Starship. And I thought that was really interesting. So I asked him to kind of dig into that a little bit further. And again, that video is on our YouTube channel. Fabio, if you could post a link to our YouTube channel, that would be great. And he's like, no, that capability is not that far off, only a few years. And you would think that people would be dreaming big, thinking big, but they're not. They're not. We're not seeing any business proposals, any business plans that take into account SpaceX's Starship. And, totally spur of the moment, I started riffing on the idea, well, it's a singularity event. It's an event, and singularity has some terms in physics, but it's an event where you can't really see what's on the other side of that event. it's not the same as a black swan event. Like 9/11 in the United States was a black swan event. Everything was fine on one day and everything was different the next day. It's not really like that. But Werner Vinge, the science fiction author, Dr. Vinge, he coined the phrase of the technological singularity in 1993. And that's kind of been percolating in my brain for a long time. Dr. Eric Drexler was talking about a singularity when he was considering nanotechnology and how nanotech was going to impact the world. And to an extent, both of these folks have been right. They were 30 years ahead of their time, but they've been basically right that technology is moving, digital technology is moving so fast, it is really hard to make accurate predictions even 5 years out, even 10 years out. Whereas 100 years ago, to make a prediction from 1920 to 1930, most things were going to be the same. Stock market crash notwithstanding. And where we are today in 2022, it's really difficult to make good guesses 5-10 years out. Many things will be the same, but not everything. But one of the things that I think is going to change very, very, very dramatically is when this Starship comes online. I believe it's going to change everything, and I don't use that phrase lightly. I think it's going to change everything. So I was cited in this. So the idea originated about a year and a half ago. A year ago, I was cited in this paper. And let's just kind of take a glance at who the authors of this paper are. First of all, General Butow runs the Defense Innovation Unit. They are tasked with identifying commercial developments in the space sector and funding them. I'm sorry, I just pointed the wrong one. General Olson is a general in the Space Force. General Butow is the director of Defense Innovation Unit. Colonel Felt runs the unit of the Air Force Research Lab, the Space Vehicles Directorate. Interestingly, he has the X-37B, the somewhat secret mini space shuttle that the Air Force owns. He runs that, and he runs experiments off of that. And Dr. Joel Mosier, a friend of mine, I have Dr. Mosier's challenge one right in front of me. He is the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force. So these are the folks that are the primary authors. And it was Garretson who really convinced me to write this idea of the Starship Singularity up. But also, it's also important to note that this document's forward, let me get to it. The forward is by the NASA administrator, Nelson, and the 4-star general that runs Space Force, General Raymond. They wrote the forward to this thing. So I would argue that these five people represent arguably the largest budgets in the world of space, and they represent arguably the driving force of how the United States goes to space. And if that's true, it has influence and ripple effects to how everyone else goes to space. So I think this document is super important. I am personally very proud to be a part of it. Even just, an anecdote of Starship Singularity as an idea that is being talked about, quote unquote, at the highest levels. So even though I am the originator of the idea and Michael Mealing, kind of sparked the idea with me, let me get to my section here. Even though, it was a spur of the moment conversation that led to some pretty interesting stuff. By the way, I love this picture. This is the picture that's on my my desktop. I just think of this as kind of the industrial scale of a starship. And for the record, I am not a SpaceX fanboy. I am not. I have some issues with some of that stuff, but it's undeniable to me that if this spacecraft comes online as planned and predicted, it's going to change everything. So these are the actual comments of the, I'm almost there. These are the actual comments. We're not talking about 100 years away. Industry participants were clear that current visions and narratives are far too conservative and lack necessary urgency. This is industry talking to the policymakers and saying, look, y'all are not paying attention to this. There's 100 trips to the moon that are on record and funded. Launch costs have dropped. Rocketry has increased. So let's talk about what happens next. Okay. And if there are any questions, please feel free to post them in the chat. I'd love to respond to y'all. So definitionally, what is the Starship Singularity? And that's part of my paper, which I'm not going to display here because it's very much a work in progress. But a singularity is a point at which it is not analytic. That is, the function cannot be expressed as an infinite series. It's something that can't fully be understood because we simply don't have enough information to make good predictions of it. And I've got some stuff in here from Werner Wenge's original singularity document. And what I want to showcase is actually NASA's, sorry, not NASA. What I want to showcase is SpaceX's Musk and Shotwell's own words. They are aiming for, first, the size of the rocket. The rocket is 100 tons, 3 times a day. Just let that sink in for a second. The entirety of the International Space Station is approximately 450 tons. Now, a lot of stuff has gone up and come back down. We're not counting that, but the construction development is about 450 tons. SpaceX's Starship could launch that in a weekend. They're launching 300 tons a day. They could easily launch a space station sized equivalent in a weekend. Now, we're not there yet. I think that's very obvious. We're not there yet. But their development speed is dizzying. They have a track record of some success, and I don't think it's unrealistic to think they can pull this off, right? So let's look at pricing. All right, and I'll post this link here in the chat. So this is basically all rocketry condensed into a single graph. I don't really like this scale, right? Because it's $100 at the bottom and $50,000 at the top. I think if you stretch this and made it a little bit, well, one, it wouldn't fit on a page anymore, but I think it would show just how different things are, right? And for perspective, Liveport Group started right here. So 2000, we were under the NASA umbrella for 2001, 2, and 3. So we were not Liveport then. We created Liveport in 2003. So this was the average pricing for rocketry, right? 25,000 a kilo was recent. 10, 15,000 a kilo was kind of the norm. And then SpaceX comes on the scene. Like, they're kind of a myth. Like, we don't know that they exist at this point. I met Musk for the first time in 2002. So they weren't public about what they were doing for several more years. I met him for the second time in 2005. There's a really interesting story that I don't think it's appropriate for me to tell here. But it was between his first rocket crashes, but he hadn't yet had success yet. So it would have been right about here time frame. And he was in big trouble. And again, I was literally 3 feet away when he was having a really important conversation. But that's not a story I feel appropriate to tell. So rocketry hadn't changed very much, right? They're kind of on par, right? But this is a proven graph, right? So a 10-fold reduction in price, one tenth the starting price, basically. And then it's projected to go to $200 a kilo, right? $2 a kilo, which is $100 a pound, sub $100 a pound. Now, who knows if, this is 2022 right here. So are they going to make it by 2025? I don't know. Their development cycle is super fast. So it's a little hard to predict. But is it going to happen before 2030? I mean, I feel very confident in that. So that's changing things. It's changing things fast. And let's nerd out for a second and get into some stats. I found this site while I was doing some research. This site is run by fanboys, for sure, 100%. But it's also got some really, interesting facts that's worth looking up. So this is what they got last year, right? 31 launches. That's a fact that happened. And then what kind of launches, right? This is what they have publicly announced, plans for 12, but when talking directly to NASA, they're like, well, we've got 52 launches on the manifest. 52 launches on the manifest, right? So that's a launch per week. And by the way, they are on track for that. They are pretty close to that now. There's 3 launches yet scheduled in March, and they just had one. So that's 4 launches in March. Is it going to be bumpy? Yes. Are there going to be problems? Yes. I do think that I'd like to see a little more activity with the Falcon Heavy because the Falcon Heavy will give us a market indication for what the Starship is able to accomplish. But these folks have a pretty darn good track record. All rockets, including the ones that blew up in the beginning, has a 96, almost 97% success rate. I don't think it's fair to put in the Falcon because, frankly, the Falcon Heavy, because it only has 3 demonstrations, but their workhorse, their beast, 98% success rate. So does that give me some confidence that maybe they know what they're doing by now? Yeah, it does. And then this is the thing that I feel is astounding. Like I say, I may not be a fanboy, but you can see the image in the background of 2 rockets landing. I mean, that's pretty darn cool. I was talking to Jeff Kruken, who's on the call here, a couple days ago, and he said something. He's like, I like the launches; they're cool, but I still get kind of slack-jawed over the landings. Right? That still seems pretty. I will say, bordering on magical to me. So, yeah, there are failures, sure, fine. It's a work in progress, it's a development system, but I'm gonna count these as pretty neat things. And they are sticking the landings, right? So this screen here shows 152 rockets. They certainly were not catching the early ones, and out of 152, they have 109 landings. So I find that boggling. And so when you look at their numbers, if they're projected numbers, if the Starship Singularity is defined as 300 tons a day, 1,095 launches per year, you got to make sure you're sticking the landings, right? That's going to be the key to making this work. And then the other part is turnaround time. Currently, their fastest turnaround time is 27 days. They are predicting, like the bold statement of Musk is that they want to launch, recover, and reuse, but they are looking at 6 to 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours between launches. Now, they can do this a couple different ways. They can do this by having multiple sites for launching. Currently, they only have one planned in Boca Chica. And all this is public information. I'm not saying any secrets. This is all public information. And I don't have any private access to private information. So they may have other plans for their other launch sites. But currently, one of the ways to get 300 tons a day is to have multiple launch sites. Another way to have it is to have many rockets where, okay, it takes 27 days to turn it around. Does that mean you need 27 times 3, 90 rockets in reserve so that you can launch 3 of them a day, right? That doesn't make any sense to me. I think they're going to build a new location, and B, they're going to drop their recovery and turnaround time, because it doesn't make sense to have the hardware of 90 rockets sitting in a warehouse at some level of reconstruction. But they are going to have some combination of multiple rockets in development and maybe multiple sites. But to hit their numbers, they have to increase their capability by, let me look at my numbers here. Hold on a second. Okay, this is my quote. This is me reading from my own paper. So giving them the benefit of the doubt that they hit their 2022 target, SpaceX would have to scale 21 times its current, damn impressive, current goal. So they want to hit 52 times a year. So they would have to scale that 21 times to be able to launch 1,095 rockets in a year. And that's a 31 times multiple off of what they actually achieved last year. So 20 times, 35 times current capacity. Yeah, there's a lot of distance between here and there, but there was a lot of distance between here and there, right? So, I don't think it's out of the ballpark that they could pull this off. They have a damn impressive track record. By the way, when I was actually writing this over the last month, they've launched 4 rockets since I started writing this document. So that's also pretty impressive to me. So that is the Starship Singularity. Now, going to my friend Peter Gerritson's comments, I'm pulling up an email where we're kind of discussing the idea. And he's like, what does this mean? I'm making the claim that this will change everything. Okay, well, what does that mean? That's a pretty wide sentence, right? It will change everything. But there is a lot of real estate in this big rocket, right? 1,100 cubic meters. 1,100 cubic meters. What could you put in that great big box? I mentioned the International Space Station is one of the things I'm queuing on. You could launch a herd of African elephants. Maybe not all their food, but you could launch a herd of African elephants, because this is a really big box that you could put a lot of stuff in. I find that pretty amazing. And then the other thing is the ability to impact. One of my drivers is space-based solar power. So I think that becomes a pretty interesting idea pretty fast. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now and just kind of talk about the implications. So we know that the Army's logistics group, the Transportation Logistics Group, is studying the capabilities of massive launch. Would the situation in the world be different if you had the capability of launching 1,000 or 5,000 combat-ready Marines anywhere in the world in 90 minutes? I can think back to a terrorist attack that happened in Mumbai, I think maybe 4 years ago. What if you had the United Nations with a peacekeeping force ready to go wherever there was a problem in the world? I think that's a pretty powerful idea. Haiti this year or late last year had both a hurricane and an earthquake within a month of each other. What if you could drop ship a hospital anywhere in the world with all the staff, right? With all the staff. The Ebola outbreaks that happened in Africa a couple of years ago, I think that was 4 years ago. What if you had massive capability that was deployable anywhere in the world in 90 minutes. I think that work makes the world a much better place. I was talking to our guest that's going to be here tomorrow, Lisa, the one that's going to be talking about Starfleet. And I asked her, hey, do you want to be an astronaut? And it's kind of an offhand comment. And she's like, yeah, that would be great. And she was very dismissive, right? She's like, I'm probably too old. Well, first of all, because of Blue Origin and SpaceX, we know that the requirements for being an astronaut have changed, right? You had an 89-year-old frail, overweight man. You had an 87-year-old fit woman. You had a 19-year-old boy, and you had a 27-year-old woman that had a prosthetic leg and a battle with cancer when she was a kid. So the definition of who has the right stuff has radically changed. And those are the folks going to low Earth orbit, right? We're going to talk more about who has the right stuff over the today and tomorrow. But what I was saying to Lisa was that we're all going to be astronauts soon. The idea of having point-to-point suborbital where you can launch from one place, land in another place, Seattle to Tokyo, Seattle to Adelaide, 45 minutes, 90 minutes, point-to-point suborbital, where you go up in a rocket, the world spins underneath you, you come back down. Pretty cool. Like that stuff, that's literally the stuff of science fiction. It has been for a long time. But I said, there's going to be a day when you board a spacecraft to take a vacation to another part of the world, and you will be an astronaut. You'll be an astronaut because you'll be above the line. So, I mean, that kind of just sparked a smile, a smirk when I said that, because I think we're all about to become astronauts. So those are just some of the implications of this Starship Singularity. I'm going to share the screen one more time on this document that I'm writing. I have a long list of people that I'm going to invite to be a participant, to be a writer. What I realized as I've been working on this document was that it might have been coined by Michael Mealing and I. It might have had this kind of spur of the moment thing, but there's no way that I can possibly tell that story all by myself. It has too many implications. It has global implications. It has implications in academia, civil space, defense space, and commercial space. By the way, I use the acronym ACDC, academic, civil, defense, and commercial when I refer to this kind of stuff. And so what I've done is I've just made a list. Now, none of these people have agreed. Only about a third of them even know I'm doing it. So I don't want to put anybody on the spot and have any commitments. I don't want to imply commitments. But what I realized in the writing of this is that all of these folks have a different piece of this story. They have something to add to this story, different from my own take. Gerritsen immediately went to space-based solar power. Our next speaker, James Burke, definitely has some thoughts on this regarding Mars. Michelle Hanlon, the speaker later, doesn't actually know that I've included her on this list. Neither does the speaker, Rick Tomlinson. I feel very confident that they have something interesting to add to that. So I've got military folks in here, I've got academics, I've got civil space and commercial space. And I've got a couple wild cards on this list. There are some futurists that I know. There's early career people that I know from International Space University. And I'm going to bring in some science fiction folks to kind of imagine the farther future, since both Vinge and Drexler have inspired me on my mission in life, in space. I would like to have their thoughts. Again, these folks don't know that I'm going to make this request, so I don't want to imply that anybody is committed. But I want you to see where I'm thinking of when I'm putting this document together. I think this is it's an interesting idea. Fabio, if you could put in the Discord channel for the chats, I would love to get any comments, any ideas that any of y'all have on this idea of the Starship Singularity. We haven't, I figure I'll have this document, my portion of this document, written probably by the end of this month. Garrison is going to write a section. We will submit this through the think tank that he works for. He is going to add a bunch of policy elements. So imagine 3 flights a day in Boca Chica means 3 sonic booms on launch and 3 sonic booms on landing. So what does that do for the Environmental Protection Agency? What does that do for the Federal Aviation Administration, right? So there are going to be policy considerations that need to be dealt with. So that's the plan. That's the arc for this document. I'm going to write my piece. Peter's going to write his piece. We're going to invite other folks to add their thoughts. And then we're going to submit it as a think tank document to members of Congress. So that's it. That's what we're doing. And again, happy to have this further conversation in our Discord channel. I'm going to take a moment to have an advertisement for our Discord channel. We would love to have people join that if they want to continue the conversation around Starship Singularity, around babies in space, and especially around the ideas that are presented here on building a giant space station. And with that, I'm going to conclude my remarks on Starship Singularity, and we're going to turn it over to my friend James Burke. Hey, James, good morning. Nope, you're on mute.
Good morning, Michael. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. You are a little quiet, so you may want to speak up a bit or turn your mic up.
Let's see. Is this better?
It's quiet, so make sure you speak up, but it's okay.
Let me change something here.
I just want to make sure, Fabio, could you give me a sound check and make sure that we've got good audio? Okay, great. Thank you. Fabio's got good audio, so it's going to come in fine.
Okay. I will speak up a little.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Michael, for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here this morning to talk about my first 3 months as executive director of the Mars Society. I'm also really excited to be here with Michelle Hanlon, who's going to speak after me. She's the president of the National Space Society. I've known her a couple of years. She's spoken in a couple other events that I've organized. And then Angela Pura, the ISU Alumni Association president. So we're all 3 of us sort of have a theme this morning. We're going to talk about how space advocacy organizations change the world. And I'm very proud to be the executive director of the Mars Society, where that's what we're all about. We want to change the world. And so I realize there may be some folks in the audience that aren't that familiar with our organization. So I'm going to play a quick video that we just developed that kind of introduces the Mars Society to someone that hasn't heard about us before. So let me go ahead and do that. One second here. Okay. I'm James Burke, and I'd love to tell you about our organization, the Mars Society.
We're the world's largest and most influential space advocacy group dedicated to the human exploration and settlement of the planet Mars. Established in 1998, our organization works to educate, inform, and inspire the general public about the benefits of exploring Mars and creating a permanent human presence on the red planet. We have pioneered Mars-related research, including the establishment of the Mars Desert Research Station, or MDRS, the most extensive and longest-running Mars analog facility in the world. MDRS crew members, including teams of scientists and analog astronauts, have been training on how to live and work in a simulated Martian environment in the Utah desert for more than 20 years. The Mars Society develops public outreach and educational programs, such as the Mars VR virtual reality simulations, in which you can learn the science and live the journey to Mars virtually in your home or school. And we sponsor annual events like the University Rover Challenge and the International Mars Society Convention. We also cooperate on political advocacy efforts on behalf of space exploration and encourage chapter meetings and activities both in the US and globally. To continue with these important efforts, we're asking for your support. There are many ways you can help the Mars Society. Consider sending in an online donation to our group to help pave the way for humanity's future on Mars. It could be a one-time or recurring gift, sponsoring an individual program, or funding a scholarship for a crew member at one of our analog stations is also welcomed. You can sign up to become an official member of the Mars Society. We also have a number of volunteering opportunities for those interested in promoting humans to Mars. Finally, you can get involved in or help establish a chapter in your area. Just visit our website, marssociety.org, to learn how you can help. And I'll see you on.
Okay, so I'm really, like I said, it's been a great 3 months. I've been a part of the organization for about 25 years since we were founded. But only in the last 3 months have I had this role of executive director. And I want to tell you a little bit about sort of what my priorities are so far. We've engaged a few folks to help me with our strategy. And what we've come up with is kind of comes back to it's changing the world as a space advocacy organization. Bottom line is we want to inspire people. We want to create more Elon Musks. We want kids that are people that are young now, that are in school, that are in university. They're going to be the generation that settles Mars, and we want to help them develop their skills and create science literate citizens out of them. That's important because those are the people that are going to help us achieve our goals of settling Mars. Another thing that's going to be really important for us is really to just promote the adventure of this. I mean, can you imagine what it would be like to settle a new planet? I mean, to go explore another planet. Like that's a story that we can tell to people around the world to really, whether they become astronauts or not, that is something that motivates people. It would motivate young people to learn new skills, to learn science, to enter STEM career fields. And so, that's important that we do a really good job of telling the story of the adventure. And then finally, because we're the Mars Society and we're really focused on sending humans to Mars within a decade and settling Mars, we should have a roadmap to do that. We should have a specific set of steps, technologies that need to be developed, and then go partner with the industry and governments and academia to execute those plans. So that's kind of how I see us doing our mission in the near future. Now, why us? Okay, why the Mars Society? Well, we've actually, like I said, we've been around, almost 25 years. It'll be our 25th anniversary next year, and we're planning some really exciting things around that. But in our 25 years, we've actually, I feel like we can take some credit for moving the needle of bringing Mars closer to reality. In the past 25 years, we've had lots of conferences where globally prominent experts have come. and speak, all the way up to like Elon Musk and the head of NASA and all the pretty much any mission that has gone to Mars in the last 20, 25 years. We've had the principal investigator or project scientist or senior manager, or operational team. All those folks have been represented at our conference. And you can go on our YouTube channel. We have thousands of videos from our conferences and listen to all those folks talk about their missions. In fact, I definitely recommend you to go watch the Ingenuity helicopter engineering team's video. Terry Sinetos talked at our conference last October, and that was one of my favorite talks of all time, where he talked about how they landed the helicopter and what success was like for them. But that's just one example of the many thought leaders that we've had at our conference, and they're part of our movement. We've also, we've successfully engaged industry and government to commit to Mars exploration. There was a time when the Perseverance rover was actually in jeopardy of being funded. And we were able, with the Planetary Society and other space advocacy organizations, we were able to rally support and save that mission. And now it's landed on Mars, and it's going to have some amazing discoveries as well as the helicopter as part of that. So, we can kind of credibly take credit for making sure that mission happened. And we've also, over the years, inspired, companies to be founded, starting with, I feel like, starting with Elon Musk, because Robert Zubrin and Elon Musk had a lot of conversations back in the early 2000s about what he should do after he founded PayPal and sold it off, and what was he going to do next. And he ended up starting SpaceX. And now SpaceX's mission as a company to build a self-sustaining city on Mars, I would say, is pretty close to our mission of settling Mars. It's pretty identical there. So, I think that's one example of hopefully many we're going to have in the future of us directly inspiring a company to get started and helping that along. And because we're going to need a lot of infrastructure and support and technologies to settle Mars, there's going to be a lot of companies that haven't been founded yet that are going to do that. And we hope the Mars Society is part of helping that happen. And then finally, we've also focused on the technical challenges. In the last couple years, we've established a set of contests. The first one we did was the Mars Colony Design Contest, where we had a call for new designs for permanent settlement on Mars. We had over 100 high quality entries that came in, and we ended up down selecting to 25 semifinalists, and then 10 finalists, and then finally a first, second, and third place winner, which each received a cash prize. But we also ended up publishing those into a book, and we gave that to Elon Musk, among others. But that's one of the examples of us directly trying to push forward the development of technology. And we're also hoping to do that again this year. We recently announced the Mars Telerobotic Expedition Design Contest. So the idea there is that if you had a 10-ton lander that could land on Mars, which is roughly the same size of a human mission, a human landing, you had a 10-ton lander, what could you put on it to explore Mars robotically? And we're expecting a lot of innovative ideas to come out of that. We're expecting to get submissions for that contest of flotillas of rovers, of large rover or helicopter designs, maybe like flotillas of drones that can explore an area. And so we feel like that's going to unlock some innovation and some great ideas that then we can go talk about and hopefully get missions like that funded as precursors to a human mission. And if we can get a lander developed that is a 10-ton lander to accomplish one of these missions, that would actually be a key building block, a key enabling block for the human mission. And so that's something we hope to do in the next year or two. And basically that's, like I said, one example of the activities we do. We are going to have a convention again this year. We've had our convention virtually the last 2 years because of the COVID pandemic. Our 2020 event was one for the books. It was really successful. A lot of other space organizations canceled their 2020 conferences, but we decided to go ahead and hold ours as an online only event. And of course, Robert Zubrin, our president and founder, turned to me and said, James, how are we going to do that? And I said, well, we're going to need to get Zoom, and we're going to need to get software that can help folks find their individual sessions. And we ended up having over 150 individual sessions, so 150 individual Zoom calls, but it worked out great. And we were able to put on our complete program that we normally would have. We normally have a 4-day conference. In 2019, it was at University of Southern California, and we thought it was a really successful event. We had about 400 people there, and we had about 100 talks, and we had 100 speakers, and we had different track talks and different sessions in the evening and the mornings. And we were able to do that entire conference online the last 2 years by using Zoom and some other software called Attendify, which also allowed people to network virtually. So even though we had virtual events, virtual attendees from around the world, they were able to talk to each other. And this year, we're going to go back to in-person, hopefully. We're planning it right now. We're going to announce soon the conference being at a major university, but we are going to have it be a hybrid event, which means that it's going to be in person, but it's also going to have virtual attendees. And so I didn't mention that our 2020 conference, we actually had 10,000 registered attendees, which was a great step up from 400 the year before. And it just showed to us the power of doing this, doing a virtual event. It allows folks that normally wouldn't come to our conference or normally wouldn't be able to speak at our conference because of the cost of travel or just the logistics or the scheduling concerns they might have. It allows them to participate, allows them to network with each other, allows them to quickly watch the sessions they care about, and they don't have to do it in real time if they don't want to, although that's great to do because then you can ask questions. So we're really looking forward to having our conference be a hybrid event with a virtual component moving forward. And that's what we're planning out right now. So some of the other things that I've worked on the last 3 months as executive director, our flagship program is the MDRS, the Mars Desert Research Station. It's an analog research station in Utah. You saw it briefly in the video I just played. And we've been doing that, we've been doing field seasons at that facility for 18 years now. And it's something where a lot of students, university students, but also recent graduates and other space professionals have been able to come and be on a crew there. We've had over 260 crews now, comprising about 1,500 individual crew members. And so that's the largest analog research program in the world. We're the oldest and longest running, continuously running, and largest in terms of number of people and crews in the world. And so that's really, when I think about the important work the Mars Society does, that's really at the top of the list is the MDRS. And so what we want to do is we want to really position the MDRS to, again, maintain our leadership in that field, to have it be the best station and the best experience it can be. So to that end, we're working on some plans for making improvements to the facility, making some improvements to the program. We're actually looking right now, we're looking to hire an assistant director to work with our current director, Dr. Shannon Rupert. And so you can actually find that job posting on our social media and our website. And that's one aspect of improving the program. And there'll be more things we do later on this year, but essentially, like that's a big priority of mine, that the MDRS is robust and is a great program and is high quality. We also have a base up in the Arctic, the Flashline Mars Arctic Research Station, and that was our first base. That was a base we built in the year, we approved the project in the year 1999, and then we built the base in the year 2000. MDRS came a year later. But Flashline Station is a lot harder to get to. If you look at it on a map, it's up in Devon Island, which is within the Arctic Circle. It's basically like an entire continent away from just the northern border of the United States. It's way up there. And so to mount an actual expedition where we send a crew of like 6 to 8, just like we would have at MDRS for 2 weeks, that is actually really expensive. And not only that, we have to get approval from the Canadian government to do that mission. So when I first came in as executive director, I was all ready to have us go back to the station up in the Arctic. We haven't been there in about 5 years, but we know the station's still there, like it hasn't blown down or anything. And we figure we're gonna send a crew up to retrofit it, to get it ready to roll for a simulation. And then elements of that same crew or a slightly different crew would come in and do a simulation. It's probably not going to happen this summer, but we'll definitely be planning that for next summer. And we'll need to do some fundraising for that because it costs about $120,000 to mount an expedition. And that's just the expedition, much less actually making improvements to the station. So, so that's something we're actively talking to folks about, and you'll hear more from us soon on that. But it's definitely part of what we want to do annually is mount a summer expedition to our Flashline Station. Because if you look at the two programs in tandem, the MDRS and Flashline, they comprise analog research. And why is analog research important? Like, let's just back up a second and talk about it at a high level. Like, if you want to train to go to Mars, like for a while, the thinking was, well, let's send astronauts to the moon and they can train the hardware and the procedures on the moon, and then they'll be ready for Mars. Well, obviously, we haven't been back to the moon since 1972. So it's not really an option to train for Mars on the moon. But even if it was, even if we had crews going to the moon regularly, it's way more expensive to do that than to simply have a facility here on Earth in a Mars analog site. Well, what's a Mars analog site? A Mars analog site is somewhere on Earth that is geologically and logistically a lot like Mars. And so both of the two stations we have are situated in Mars analog sites. The Devon Island up in the Arctic, there's an area called Houghton Crater that our station is near. And NASA's actually been going to that crater for years, for like decades now, to explore it because it's a Mars analog. It's a large impact crater, and geologically, it's very similar to what you'd find on Mars. And also the fact that it's remote and isolated is also a great simulation of why it would be great to train there and like it would be on Mars. So, you know, because when you go to Mars, there's no way to send supplies. When you're going to Mars, you're going for 3 years. It's a 3-year round trip. It's about 6 to 9 months to get out there with conventional propulsion. Then you spend about a year on the surface, and then you waiting for your window to open back up between Earth and Mars. The way they're orbiting the sun and the way they're situated, you have to wait for your launch window to open back up. And then you head back to Earth. So it's about a 3-year trip. And you can't send, like if something goes wrong, you can't send a backup crew. You can't send supplies like right after the crew leaves. Like you're going with what you have, and you're going to accomplish the mission, and you're going to have redundancies and backups with you. But you have to, like, that's all you have basically. And so the best way to simulate that on Earth is to do it in a remote location where you don't have the benefit of getting in the car and driving to Home Depot or McDonald's if you don't have supplies. So so that's why we do our analog research in these remote locations. Houghton Crater is a great one. Also, the site we have in Utah, it's near Hanksville, Utah. It's in the southern Utah desert. We selected that site in the year 2000, and it's really held up well as a Mars analog over the years. Like as we learn more about it geologically, we're like, wow, this was a great decision to base the campus here, because there's really, it looks like Mars. If you've ever seen video or photos of that area, it looks exactly like Mars. You got large canyons and rocky outcrops. All the soil and the rocks are red. So, and I could vouch, I've been there. It feels like you're on Mars, but also the fact that it's a desert, it's far away from the nearest major cities, Grand Junction, Colorado, which is 2 hours away. The small town of Hanksville is there, but the station's situated on a dirt road about 20 minutes away. And so when you're out there in the middle of the night, you feel like you're on Mars because you're isolated. I mean, we don't even have that place is not on the grid. We actually have to truck water in as well. So we don't even have a water line or gas line there. So everything we have to bring with us, and supplies we have to bring in. So it's a lot like being on Mars. And why do analogs? Well, it's not just to train like people, but it's also to discover what are the right processes. The theme of our research at the Mars Desert Research Station is researching the human factors and operational challenges of living and working on Mars. So if you look at all the crews, what is sort of the theme of all the research they do? Individual crews may have their own projects they come in with, and we've had all different types of crews. We've had crews of all doctors that do wilderness medicine. We've had crews that are heavy on geology, astronomy, biological studies, looking at all the native plant life out there and seeing how different microbes behave in that environment. But if you look at the theme of all of it, it's operations on Mars. It's how do you do EVAs? How do you put your suit on and go outside and do stuff, come back inside and do that every day for a couple weeks. And I can tell you, when I was there in 2018, I was executive officer on Crew 197. I've done a lot of scuba diving in my life, and there's been trips I've gone on where we do scuba dives every day. Maybe we do 2 of them a day. And what happens is you wake up, you eat breakfast, and you're talking to each other, planning out what you're going to do that day. And then you go out to the site, you gear up, you put all this gear on, and then you go do your activity. And then you're doing it for maybe an hour, and it's very heavy exertion. And then you take off the gear, and you're exhausted, you're sweaty, you're hungry, you're thirsty, and then you kind of recover. Well, that's exactly like what it was like for me doing MDRS. It was just like that. And it was a lot of fun, but it was exhausting. And I felt, and also the other feature, I think, of being an astronaut that we accurately simulate is just how much stuff you have to do. You have a specific schedule for the day, and there's specific duties you have based on your position on the crew. Maybe you're the crew engineer, or you're a crew scientist, or you're the crew health and safety officer, or the crew commander. Everyone has a job, and they're slightly different, but you're busy like all day long. And at the end of the day, you have to write crew reports. You have to write reports about what you did that day. If you went on EVA, you have to do some activities around that. Maybe you're recording your samples, or maybe you're taking the photos off your camera that you took, or the video that you took, or you're recharging your suit's batteries and all the other devices' batteries. There's just tons of work to do every day, and you have to do that every day for a week or two. So it's a lot, but it's rewarding. Looking back at the time I spent there, I can't wait to go again. And I'm going to get to go on a simulation next year. We've been planning there. Our crew, my crew is, I'll be the commander this time. My crew is heavy on folks from Europe, folks from France and Belgium. And we've actually planned a whole bunch of experiments that we're going to do while we're there. We got delayed because of COVID, but we're still planning to go in about a year. And I'm really excited about that. And I can't wait. It's going to be great. So, and I know that, based on a lot of people I've talked to that have gone through the program, it is a very rewarding experience. It's something where people bond with each other. It's something where you look back at that for years and think about how much it influenced you and how much it inspired you. And I hope that everyone gets to experience something like that in their life, whether it's the Mars Society and our analog research or something else that inspires people. Something like that is really important for people to have. And to that end, one of the things that we wanted to do to kind of expand the analog research we do and talk about it more, and maybe find new ways to do it, is we started doing a virtual reality project. This was in 2018. I actually had the opportunity to go to JPL and see some of the work that the rover teams were doing with virtual reality. And they had a device called the Microsoft HoloLens. And they were using the HoloLens to explore the landing site that Curiosity was at. The Curiosity rover landed on Mars in 2012, and it had been traversing around Mount Sharp. And essentially what they had done is they had pulled down all the data from not only the rover's cameras, but also orbital data that they have from the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter and Mars Odyssey and Mars Express. And they had created a virtual reality environment where you could actually walk around the rover and see the terrain in very high fidelity. And so I put on that Microsoft HoloLens in the JPL Ops Lab, and I was immediately transported to Mars. And it was where the Curiosity rover was that day. And I looked around and I saw they had kind of an overlay of where the Curiosity rover had been the day before and where that was planning to go the next day, and had little information overlays of which sol it was. And the woman that was helping me experience that at JPL, she was telling me how the rover scientists, they no longer pour over maps with magnifying glasses to decide where they want to send the rover or which rocks they want to drill. They don't do that anymore. What they do now is they put on the VR glasses and they just walk around and look at it and talk to each other in that room. And so I took off that HoloLens and I was just like, wow, like that was crazy. More people should get to see what I just saw. Like more people should be able to feel like they're on Mars and walk around on the terrain. Like I already was a Martian and I already drank the Kool-Aid long ago, but that also really inspired me. And I could tell how it would inspire someone else that didn't have the background and experience I had. So I knew that the Mars Society should do VR that day. And so I came back to Seattle and I called up Dr. Robert Zubrin and I said, how can we do VR? And he said, well, James, here's what we could do. This is the story we should tell people, is that when the first crews land on Mars, they can bring with them rovers and drones, and they can have the rovers and drones really scan the area that they land in. And just like JPL did, send that data back to Earth and create a virtual reality environment. And then millions of people on Earth could explore that in VR. And they could help the astronauts decide what's the most interesting places to explore. And that idea of the people back on Earth helping to explore Mars with the astronauts there on site, we call that idea crowd exploring. So kind of like crowdsourcing or crowdfunding, we call that crowd exploring. And that's the heart of what we're trying to do with Mars VR. So we just started this project called Mars VR in 2018. We raised some money through a Kickstarter. And we raised where our goal was $25,000. We actually exceeded that. We raised $31,000, and we built a prototype environment. And I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to share my screen and show you a couple things while I'm talking. I'll kind of just play it as B-roll as I'm talking here. But essentially, we created a prototype environment that has the MDRS as its heart. And so, let's see, one moment here. Okay. So we created this prototype environment. We were able to send people out to the MDRS to scan the facilities and the terrain. And they used a technique called photogrammetry. Photogrammetry is the science of taking a real life object or place and putting it into virtual reality. And so you can see here, we were able to create a high resolution version of the campus and all the different elements. Now this model where I'm showing you right now is actually available for download on a site called Sketchfab. And anyone can use this in their project. But we essentially, this was our first work product of Mars VR, that we were able to take the real life place in Utah, the real life buildings inside and out, and turn them into a virtual version. And the idea would be that not only is this a great public outreach tool, it's a great way to train people because virtual reality is great for training. If you have a virtual version of a real life place, we call it a digital twin, then you can simulate things that you couldn't simulate in real life. So you could, for example, simulate what it would be like for there to be a fire, and how do you kind of combat the fire and escape. That's not something we can really simulate, right? Or if you wanted to give people the procedures that they needed to learn when they're a crew member, they could actually do this at home before they ever come out to Utah. And when they get to Utah, they can hit the ground running because they already have the skills they need. And I can tell you that when you come out to Utah, it's in the middle of the desert. It's not always great. It's not always a great environment to learn new things, learn new complex skills. Sometimes your mind wanders a little bit because you're just dehydrated and tired from your journey there. So what if we had everyone trained beforehand and they really could practice their skills for like months at a time? And then when they get to Utah, they already know where everything is. They already know everything's familiar to them, right? That would be great. So that was the other idea we had for Mars VR, was let's build a training simulation for MDRS. So let me show you next what we've done so far. We had a second crowdfunding campaign last year where our goal this time was to raise $100,000. And we also exceeded that. We raised 109. And we built this second version of the MDRS. And I'm gonna show the trailer that we created for this. So let's go ahead and play that. So that's actually the early access version of that is now available for download on Steam. It's the guided tour version, so you're not going to be able to do everything you saw in that video in terms of going inside, putting on a suit, looking through the microscope. We're still working on some of that, but it's really cool. Like so far, what we have is I'm very, very proud of. And you can go ahead and download it now. You can actually run it on any computer. You will need a virtual reality headset to experience like moving around and picking up things. And so all of the major VR headsets like Oculus, Quest, and HTC Vive will work with our application. But if you don't have anything like that, then just use a regular computer and you can at least walk around and kind of go through the guided tour and learn about the buildings at the MDRS. And so that's available now. If you go to our site, marsvr.com, you can learn more about that. But I'm really excited about that project because once that's done, we can put that into schools and museums. Like we can build museum exhibits with like driving a rover or flying a helicopter with like physical apparatuses that people could walk up and use. Like that stuff already works in our technology. And so later this month, hopefully might be next month, we're actually going to go do a school assembly at a high school here in Seattle that's an aviation focused magnet school. And all the students there are going to get to play around with this stuff. And I'm really excited about that because that's, for me, that's basically like I had this experience at JPL where I saw the VR they were doing. I took off the headset and I'm like, how could I put something like this into like schools? And this year I'm actually going to get to do that. So for me personally, that's huge. And yeah, and also like for the Mars Society, I think that's a trend for us. Like we want to do more educational stuff, not just like having some curriculum you can download on our website, which we already have, but like getting into schools and like talking to students and like handing them a headset and like, here, try this on. You're going to walk on Mars today. You know, I think that's the next level stuff that we need to start doing more of and do it in a really systematic way. And that's what I'm excited about being the executive director for, is to accomplish things like that. So I know I've been talking for about 40 minutes now. I'll go ahead and see if there's any questions. I have a couple more things to say. Maybe those will come through in the answers I have. So
I mean, really, you know, hats off to you for this. It's been a whirlwind 3 months for you. For those in the audience that don't know, James and I only live about 40 miles apart. We were talking the other day about, it's kind of amazing that we never got to know each other until really the last year and a half. I don't tend to spend a lot of time in the Mars community, so we just never really connected. Although, funny story, my very, very, very first space conference was the Mars Society conference back in 2002, I think. And that was where I met Elon Musk the first time. You know, he was just one of the guys of the party, one of many nerds that were there, myself of course included as a nerd. And so yeah, he was just always just kind of hanging out. So let's talk a couple things about, you know, specifically the last 3 months, but then, you know, your journey. How did you get here, right? How did you wind up being the executive director, but you have a history that goes back for actual decades?
Yeah, absolutely. So talk about inspiring people. I was one of the people that was inspired about Mars. I was a young man. I was, you know, let me go back even farther. I'll go back to when I was a little kid. I've been interested in space my whole life. You know, I lived in Orlando, Florida, when I was in grade school, when I was like second, third, fourth grade. And so I knew all about the space shuttle. I thought the space shuttle was amazing. I could see it actually from Orlando. You can see it when it launches, especially at night. It's spectacular. And you could hear the sonic booms all the time. And unfortunately, Challenger, like I was at recess in third grade when that happened and we saw it in the sky. Wow. And it was a really crazy experience because my teacher actually asked me to go get the radio and like figure out like what had happened because we all kind of thought something was off.
I was watching it in high school as it was happening.
Yeah. So like I've always been interested in space. Got to go to the National Air and Space Museum a couple times as a kid. My mom got me this book called the Omni Space Almanac, which is a great book even today. It was written in 1984, but like it has like all these roadmaps of when we're going to go to the outer planets and stuff. A lot of it's held up pretty well. But then I was a young man. I just graduated college in 1997. I went to the University of Florida, and I got a job working at Microsoft. So I was going to move from Florida to Seattle. And my wife and I decided we'll drive it because that'd be fun to just see the country. And so the one book I had in the car with us was The Case for Mars by Robert Zubrin. And so I read that book and I was like, this is amazing. Like, he's got this great low cost, practical way to go do a Mars mission. Cause I was always like, what's going on? Why aren't we on Mars yet? Why aren't we back on the moon yet? And so I finished reading that book. I got to Seattle. I started my job at Microsoft in 1998. And that's when the Mars Society started up. And so I found out about it on the internet, and I, reached out, and they had their annual conference in August of 1998. So that's 25 years ago from 24 years ago this year, 25 next year. And I joined. And so I'm a founding member. I'm member number 705.
Wow.
And I've been a member ever since. I started volunteering. I started helping people with websites. We needed chapter and project websites at the time. We already had the main Mars Society website. Someone was taking care of that, but I helped people do the other stuff. And then I also worked on our CD-ROM magazine called Aries CD-ROM, which was the Mars Society's only membership benefit in the first 3 years of the organization. So I worked on that. And then in 2011, after I'd kind of established my career at Microsoft a bit, I was asked to come to work for the Mars Society kind of as a volunteer, but also as the senior staffer, as the director of IT, and take over the main website. And so that was a huge deal for me personally to get to do that job. I'd always wanted to do that. And so I spent the next 10 years as IT director. I talked about Mars VR. That was one of the projects that I did as IT director. Another one is our Marspedia online encyclopedia that we kind of started helping out with, that a couple other organizations, space organizations had founded. And so that's a great resource now, marspedia.org. Go check it out. We have like tons of volunteers now that work on that every day. And it's amazing like what they do. And it's a public domain encyclopedia. So you could use anything on there for your project, and you don't have to even attribute Marspedia. And that's how we hope that it's going to be around long term, is there's like no restrictions on using it. So so then, you asked, how did I get to be the executive director?
Right.
Well, the Mars Society, we got this large donation last year from the Blue Origin Club for the Future. So they gave out $1 million to 19 different space advocacy organizations. And we were fortunate enough to be one of those 19.
Right. Yeah.
And I remember sending a quick email right after I'd heard the news. I sent a quick email to Robert Zubrin, and I said, we should not spend this money. We should have it be our endowment, right?
Yeah.
But one of the things we should do is we should hire like a full-time, like professional executive director that can assure a steady stream of funding like this.
Right.
And he's like, yeah, okay, James, I'll take that under advisement. I'm making it up, but he basically, he's like, I'm thinking along those same lines, And then they ended up opening up that position a couple months later. Robert and the board, they opened up that position, and so I applied, and there were about 40 other people that applied as well. And then they down selected us to 5. And then I got it. I got a call from Robert. Now the person that was the runner-up was extremely qualified for this. Her name's Alexandra Hall. She used to run the Google Lunar X Prize, and she's done a ton of contract work for NASA as a strategist and a communications specialist. And so we actually ended up hiring her as a consultant to help me.
Oh, terrific.
And
terrific.
She's really been doing some really great work. I've been working with Alex now the last 3 months, and we worked on some strategic marketing, messaging, and now we're working on some strategic framework activities, some planning activities. So but I'm really excited about being in this role because it's something I can focus on now full time. I've left my job at Microsoft and the consulting I was doing to focus on this full time. And some of the things that I thought we should do, like have a steady stream of fundraising, I'm going to get to go do for us. And so what's really great for me, was a great transition into this, is for the last 2 years, I was actually working in a consulting company, and I was working on nonprofit management consulting. So I was already learning about how you should run a nonprofit, what are sort of the strategic ways to do that, and what are the fundraising objectives and messaging that you need to have for that. And so actually that was a great segue into doing this now for the Mars Society. You know, as a nonprofit, there's normally 4 ways you raise money, okay? There's the annual donations. They're usually small donations, and sometimes they're recurring annually, that you get from your members and your supporters. That's the main thing we've been doing historically. That's only 1 of 4 though. The other 3 are capital campaigns, where you have a big project and you try to go fundraise against that. And then planned giving. So that's like if someone puts the Mars Society in their will, and when they pass away, some of their assets go to the Mars Society. That's something a lot of large nonprofits have staff just dedicated to setting that up and soliciting that. And then finally, the grants and the corporate sponsorships. You know, over the years, there's been a couple of small grants we've gotten around the MDRS, but like no major grant funding or corporate sponsorships have happened. I mean, there's a couple exceptions. We got a donation to start the flashline station from a .com, flashline.com, which doesn't exist anymore. But nothing like routine and systematic. And so those other 3 areas, I want to go hit it as executive director. I want to go do a systematic approach to raising funds for the society by having like a set of contacts in our customer relationship management system, a CRM system. I want to have a fundraising pipeline. I want to do a systematic reach out to companies and foundations in the US and around the world, program level budgets that we have year over year, and that we're talking about, you know, opportunities around those to the major donors. And so one of the first things I did with Robert and some of our other senior staff is we worked on a specific proposal to a major donor for some educational programs that we hope to get funded, as well as some improvements to the MDRS and some other things. So, you know, I feel like we're hitting the ground running on doing some of those bigger things to raise money.
Right.
And I think it's going to be a good year for us if things go the way I think they will.
Well, so then you've talked about the kind of the last 3 months. Just give us an overview, you know, quarter by quarter. What do you think the next 3, 6, 9 months look like? Have you already covered it, or is there still stuff that's on the to-do list?
No, there's definitely more to do. Right now, this quarter, I've been focusing on our overall strategic framework, our marketing messaging. Like, it's really important as a nonprofit that when you're going out and raising money, that you're telling the right story to your donor, that you're kind of getting in sync with what your donor expects to hear and what they care about. Like, why did they want to give to your cause? Because your cause aligns with their own personal goals. So we've been doing a lot of talking about what is our strategic messaging. And I alluded to that at the beginning of my talk today. It's 3 things, I think. We want to really talk about the adventure of exploring Mars and living on Mars, the adventure. We also want to talk about educational programs that are going to give people skills, that we're going to take the generation that's coming up now, that's going to be the one that settles Mars, and turn them into science literate citizens and have them go into STEM careers. And to do that, there's a lot of different ways we can inspire them and give them educational programs. And that's an area that we really want to focus in. And then the third one is we have a roadmap, because we're the Mars Society. We're focused on sending humans to Mars and settling Mars. We have an actual technical roadmap to get there, and that we're going and promoting the benefits of that, and then partnering with industry, governments, academia to execute on those plans.
Terrific.
So that's Q1 is us trying to figure that out. Okay. Now you asked about the rest of the year. So a couple things we have going on. Obviously, we have our field season at the MDRS that runs from October through May. So we're wrapping that up in May. We're going to have our University Rover Challenge on June 1st. And that's a program we do every year. This is the first time we've done it on site, though, because of the COVID pandemic for 3 years. So that's important that we do that well. We have a lot of media there. Usually that's a very large event. We usually have like hundreds of people there, different teams that have built rovers come into the station and do their obstacle competitions, and they get judged on the rover designs. So we're going to do that event. We're going to do our annual conference in October. I mentioned that it's a hybrid event. And then we may do 1 or 2 other events as well. You know, I know you and I, Michael, are talking about, can we do some type of analog event through this series? And there's also an event in the UK coming up soon. That's an analog event that's talking, like we'll be represented there, but all the other analogs around the world will also be represented there. So yeah, I think more events like that should be in our future. And then getting Mars VR done. Like basically we have the early access version out, but we need to get the crew training version done. And then we're going to move on to another phase where we actually do a Mars focused experience, where we have all the different Mars missions that you can go check out in VR and learn about them. Wow. And that would be a great set of content for museums.
Yeah. I mean, I love the part about, you know, education, but emphasizing the hardware and the adventure. I mean, that speaks to me. That speaks to me individually. By the way, since we're close, I've got a teacher with a whole bunch of 6th graders that I think this would blow their minds. So I'll tell you about that offline. I didn't know you were doing this. You're going to Raisbeck, the Raisbeck Engineering School?
That's the one we're going to,
Yeah, so I didn't know about that. So I'm going to put these guys right behind that list. So I'll introduce you to a teacher that you would blow their minds. It's great. So
we actually have the superintendent of that school district is a supporter of our project. My partner on Mars VR, Jeff Rayner, he runs the company Mixed Reality. He's been a great partner on this. He's really good friends with the superintendent of that school district, coincidentally. Cool. So the superintendent's been going around talking about Mars VR to everyone, and that's how we got into the high school there.
Awesome. Yeah, you know, I say often that that hardware beats PowerPoint, but I'm gonna give VR like a nod, because that's hardware-ish, right? Like it's you get the experience of it. I wonder if there's some sort of similarity between the overview effect that we get looking down on our planet and the VR effect of the virtual boots on the ground of Mars. I wonder if there's some similarity there. I haven't experienced it yet. Now you've got me really curious. I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I want you to emphasize the robotics competition that's coming up, and we're going to transition here in about 4 more minutes. But and definitely you need to make sure that you put several links in the chat. The VR components, the competition components, especially. I think you probably rattled off 5 or 6 different tools. So make sure you post those to the thing. Sure. So tell us a little bit more about the robotics competition that's coming up.
Yeah, so this is the University Rover Challenge, and it's one of many rover challenges that our organization is part of. There's also a European Rover Challenge and an Indian Rover Challenge, and we even have an idea to do a high school version of this that would be more like a kit that we could send to a high school, and then they could do it themselves. But this is the University Rover Challenge. The way it works is it's a year-round competition. They announce the guidelines, and then all these university teams will go raise funds to build a rover and then build the rover. Some of these teams have raised and spent like $50,000 on their rovers. We've had just wide participation from across the US and really around the world. There's been a lot of universities outside the US that have sponsored teams. And so a team will get organized, and then they'll build their rover, and then they'll bring it to Utah. And our event is June 1st through 3rd this year. And they'll come to Utah and at the Mars Desert Research Station, and we have a whole program of things they do there. There's an obstacle course. There's different challenges that they have to do, like they have to have the rover pick up objects. And so it's great every year. I feel like it's a little bit underreported, the work we do with that one. So I'm trying to get a little bit more media attention on it this year.
Is it too late to register, or can you still register to compete?
I think I'd have to say it's probably too late. I mean, it's March now, so it's only about 3 months away. But definitely look at it, because you could do next year, if you're interested in it. And then stay tuned, because we are going to have other programs like that. Like I mentioned, the high school one, but there may be other stuff as well that we announced this year.
I want to spend the last 2 minutes talking about changing the world. So we both know that Musk has been involved with the Mars Society almost since the beginning. I've personally experienced it. You've experienced it. Last year, y'all had a video where it was viewed 1 million times at the Mars Society conference. I think that puts you down, like that's your marker. Like y'all changed the world by changing the mind of one person, right? And then that had impacts. What would you say would be some of the let's go change the world kind of stuff that the Mars Society has already done, and what do you think is next?
Well, I think the biggest thing we could change the world is actually settling Mars. I mean, if we open up Mars as a second home for humanity, because Mars, out of all the places in the solar system, it is the one place that has everything we need for a technical civilization to be based on. You could not only make, the air and water and fuel you need to live, but you can also make plastics and electronics from the elements that are on Mars. Unlike the moon, right? The moon doesn't have atmosphere. The moon doesn't have a lot of water, although there are some in the southern craters. But the moon is so dry, if there was concrete on the moon, you would mine it to get the water out. And there's no like rare earths or like all the different, there's no carbon dioxide atmosphere you can draw CO from to make to get the O2 out of and make methane, CH4. So like Mars has a lot going on. It has natural gravity. So like that's the one place that in this whole solar system that we should settle first. And so if we just keep talking about that and doing that, we're going to change the world, because we're going to inspire a whole generation of people that want to go help with that. Awesome. And so that I mean, that's the big one for me. Changing the world is like, let's go to Mars.
Let's go to Mars.
Let's discover life on Mars. Like imagine if we discovered microbes on Mars in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Like that would change the medical industry and the biotech industry, right? So, and then all the research that would come out of us developing a technological civilization on Mars, all that has dual uses. Like if we have really good life support technology, that'll help other industries here on Earth.
Right.
If we have really good materials processing on Mars, if we have really good space suit equipment, all that has applications, as we've seen with the Apollo program.
Right.
It all has applications here on Earth. So
amazing work. Congratulations for your first 3 months. Looking forward to the next 13, 15, 18 years, something like that. You're gonna be here a while. When I first heard the news from you, I said, you're gonna be the director when we actually have our first landing of humans on Mars. Like you're going to be the person. And I know there's a whole legacy of folks before you, but
absolutely. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah. And they are giants. They are giants. All right, sir. Thanks a lot. And again, shout out to you and your crew. We really appreciate you broadcasting this and being such an important part of our Better Futures series. So thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you so much.
Right on. All right. It is Michelle Hanlon. Professor Hanlon, how are you doing?
Unmuting first.
Yep, no worries. Hey,
great.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Yep, it's a Friday. Got a good, lots going on in space, lots of exciting stuff, lots of not so happy stuff, but yeah.
Yep. Not to emphasize the bad, but there is a lot of bad in the world right now. So
Yeah.
let's talk about the National Space Society. Let's talk about your role, and the theme of this set of panels is conversations is really about changing the world. That these organizations have evidence that they have made an impact in our world and potential future other worlds. So it was really great having you here, Professor. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Michael. I am going to share my screen as I did put some slides together. And I went on Google this morning before this session started, and one of the most asked questions about NSS, how that pops up, is NSS legit? So that's
I would say yes.
Yes.
I would
So apparently we have a
strongly
little
say
work
yes.
to do in the awareness building department. So I really want to thank you for this opportunity to tell people a little bit more about National Space Society and all that we have done. And this is our brand new logo. We've decided to, I do love the iconic old logo, but apparently I'm old and it doesn't appeal to young people. And so we're trying to, one of the most important things we do in space is not just speak to other space people, but try to reach out to non-space people. And that's, I'm the president of the National Space Society. I have been since last March. And my goal is twofold. One is to bring more young people into the National Space Society, and also to spread our message outside of that space bubble. I've been talking a lot about space debris. And when I talk to college students and they're just like, well, why aren't we doing something? And, the answer is because people, we don't have people marching on the Capitol saying, clean our orbits, right? So Congress people don't have the voter impetus they need to be able to spend that money, right? But once people understand how important it is, then we can give our representatives sort of these public support they need to continue to do space exploration and clean up our orbits and get to Mars and get back to the moon and so forth. So let me see, make sure I'm advancing properly. So what is the National Space Society? It's an independent, nonpartisan, educational grassroots nonprofit. What I like to say is we are the preeminent citizen's voice on space exploration. I don't say that, the society says that, but I think that's the most important part of it, is we are normal people. We have engineers, we have scientists, we have lawyers, but we also just have people who dream and who really want to be a part of space. And so and really want to see humans in space. We have been since, so we started as the National Space Institute in 1974 and the L5 Society in 1975, and we merged in 1987 to create the National Space Society. So our legacy really goes back to the 70s, to really the dawn of the space age. We are the oldest, I think, citizens' voice on space exploration, and we've done a lot of important things. First, we are definitely the keepers of the O'Neill dream, and we talk a lot about these space stations, these O'Neill cylinders, where you have hundreds and thousands of people living on orbit or on orbit around other planets. This is really the vision of the National Space Society, is let's get there. And so we see, again, that we talk about our mission is to promote the social, economic, technological, and political change to expand our civilization beyond Earth, to get us out into space, to get humans to space. When I talk to people about space, I think people always have to be reminded, because we think about what is space, right? I'm a lawyer, so I think about definitions first. What is space? And you think about space, and it's called outer space. So everybody thinks, oh, it's out there, and people easily sort of put it in the back of their minds. Space has nothing to do with me. It's Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to space. But you know what? That's patently false. We are in space. Earth doesn't exist in some little bubble, outside the universe. We're in the universe. We're part of the cosmos. And it's just kind of silly to think that we have this entire universe that we are part of, and we're not going to explore it. I mean, how can it's like walking down the street and seeing, that other mountain. Well, why wouldn't you climb that other mountain, right? You want to see what's there. This is our home. The entire universe is our home, not just Earth. And I think that's a really strong message that is not getting out, because people see outer space as something completely removed from us, and that is absolutely not true. And that is one of my main messages to people as well, is, this is our neighborhood in this vast universe. And so why aren't we going into our backyard and picking the flowers and finding those resources and figuring out how to survive without the stuff we have on Earth? Just some quick background. We're a charity. We are a member charity. We invite you all to become members. People who become members are able to get involved in all of our activities. We think about this sort of long-term strategy about getting to space, and we've built out an entire roadmap to space that you can find on our website. It's very long. I was going to put it up, but it's going to take a lot of time to get to space. And so what we are is, we're not just dreamers, we are actually doers. And we see the roadmap and we see what needs to be done. And so we are doing everything we can to promote those steps. And so part of that, these are some of the practical things that we do. We have Ad Astra magazine, which comes out 4 times a year, which we are now selling, not just by subscription, not just to members, but now you can find them for sale at your Barnes and Noble down the street. That's a huge step for space, right? We are now on those newsstands, catching people's eyes. We have a Space Settlement Summit each year, where it's invitation only, where we bring people together to talk about, okay, what needs to be done. Again, I'm a lawyer, and so I think about what regulations we need to support space settlement, to support human communities in space. And that's everything from, when you think about what we need to do, we need to clean our orbit to make sure that we can get to space. We need to figure out boundaries around communities and around operations so that we can prevent conflict in space. We have local chapters so that people can meet, like-minded people, and our local chapters do a lot of work within their communities, education, so forth. We have a political advocacy team, a policy committee, where we coordinate and lobby in March and September. I'm going to talk about that in a minute, but very focused political advocacy. We have contests for students. We have all sorts of projects. And we have thought leadership. What we're really trying to do, what I'm trying to do personally, I have created NSS Legal Fellows, which is 10 to 15 select law students who I'm working with closely to promote law, to evolve the law. I mean, as most of you will know, space law is basically 4 treaties and then a bunch of resolutions from the United Nations, and then regulations based on those treaties. So we really need to think about how we're going to prevent conflict in space. We really need to think about how we're going to share space resources. When we get to Mars, what happens if there's what happens if UAE is there before us? Are they going to share the resources? We've got to figure that out. We've got to figure out the bottom line in space law is that space is for everybody. Freedom of exploration and use of space. But of course, we can't have that and still be able to mine things, right? Because if you have a mine on Mars and you espouse freedom of exploration and use, anybody can go onto your mine and take your stuff, right? So we need to figure out those boundaries. A lot of talk about property in space, and we're not thinking outside the box enough. Property is a term; it's an exclusionary term. We think, I have this, you can't. On Earth, the very focus of property is exclusion. And so we sort of need to change that mindset and think about how we sort of change the concept of property to be, no, it's more resource driven, it's protective, it's, rational, realistic. So my NSS Legal Fellows are working to evolve the law. I also have a President's Legal Advisory Council, which is young professionals and law students, and we work with the policy committee to create, working papers, policy papers, papers to be delivered to the United Nations on all aspects of space law. And to include this March, we will be delivering a presentation to the United Nations on space solar power. In February, we had a technical presentation explaining how space solar power will work and the technical means to get it. In March, we're going to present a legal framework for international collaboration on space solar power. Finally, we also have space forums every other Thursday. Again, it's another way for people to get to be able to talk to each other. These are very casual events. Sometimes we just have our Randy Gigant, our policy guy, talking, but we are bringing people in like Laura Forzik, who is, I think, going to be here today, and wonderful people and thought leaders like her as well. Our big event is the International Space Development Conference. That is happening in person, yay, in Arlington, Virginia, May 27, 29. We are wanting to be in person. I think the Zoom has been, during the pandemic, there have been many really great benefits of Zoom because it's easier for us to get together in virtual rooms like this and reach people and talk to people who might not have the resources or the inclination to get on a plane and go somewhere else for a conference. But there is also a lot of benefits of being that in person and to seeing people and to bumping into people. So we really want to have this in person. We had to cancel in 2020, and in 2021 we were virtual. We're very excited to have this. So if you're in the DC area, I hope you can make it. I will also be hosting a virtual sort of lead-in on Thursday, the 26th, on the ethics of space exploration. I'm going to have a panel. It's going to be all virtual. We're just going to talk about, what does it mean to explore, and what are our responsibilities to each other and to the universe in that exploration. But the ISDC itself has a ton of session tracks. You go on our website and check it out. We have a bunch of incredible people coming, and we're still accepting abstracts if you have some thoughts that you think that you want to share at this forum. Speaking of the political action, I did want to say we work with the Alliance for Space Development, and we work with that alliance closely to figure out the main policy points. I should know the main policy points for 2022, but I didn't want to share them because I think they were just recently revised and I didn't want to give the wrong ones, but we definitely support planetary defense, the commercial development of low Earth orbit, commercial development of the lunar surface, and the demonstration of space solar power. We have added, sort of as an aside, orbital debris remediation. So we have students working really hard on looking at not just mitigating, because the mitigation guidelines are great, but they're not going to help us clean things up. And we have a student, Adam Brodkin, who's actually working on the legal framework for recycling in space. He's working with cislunar industries on that concept of, don't send the aluminum back into our atmosphere and let it burn up. Let's recycle it and use it. And again, but that is building, and this is something I think James talks about a lot too, is, we have to think beyond, how is that going to benefit me on Earth, or how is that creating an economy on Earth? It's not. We are creating a space economy. We are creating, I shouldn't say that, it's not out there. We are enveloping space into our economy on Earth. And so when we talk about things like recycling, when we talk about things like mining, we're not recycling and bringing objects back to Earth. We're recycling so that we can help James get to Mars. So we have resources that are already out on orbit, and we don't have to spend the money to try and get them to orbit or and beyond. So that's what we're doing with respect to political action. We also have student competitions. We have a very, very strong education component. Francis DeLutri runs that for us. We do space settlement design contests. We have international space for high school students. We have spun debates. This is a really, really important part of what we do. And we were also the beneficiaries of $1 million from Blue Origin. And we are focused, we decided, we made the strategic decision to focus solely on creating that STEM pipeline, that STEAM pipeline. And so we are going to spend that money on students and on bringing students into space and sharing our passion for space with students at every age, really focused on that grade 6 through 12, but also thinking about graduate students and college students, and really, again, reminding everybody that we are part of space and everybody has a role in space. You don't have to be an engineer. You don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to be an astrophysicist or an astronomer. You know, we need to understand how to grow food in space. We need to understand what kind of materials we need to make our spacesuits out of. We need to understand, you know, space governance. So much going on. And, you know, just a reminder to everybody, it's not just about building rockets, although that's a very important part of it. With respect to actually, you know, thinking about space stations, in November, we had an NSS NASA Transastral workshop where we looked at the reality, how realistic those O'Neill cylinders would be, building a civilization in a cylinder orbiting the Earth or somewhere else. And we brought together a lot of people. These were our working groups. We looked at architectural living space and human factors, the engineering of these huge space habitats, location options, mission design considerations. You can read, these were all of our working groups. And so we spent 2 days in these working groups, sort of swapping ideas, thinking about how we would do this. Clearly the finance one was one of the most important. You know, how do we convince people to spend the money to do this? I was in charge of the ethics, regulation, law, and treaty, and we had some really interesting conversations about, you know, there is a starting point where some people believe that we shouldn't put humans in space because we have no idea, you know, what it does to the body, right? And so by having, even if they're volunteer guinea pigs, is that ethical to let people go to space? We don't really know what's going to happen to them. We're going to more in virtual panel May. But so this is, you know, I want to end with this slide because I think it's amazing how many, not just how many companies are contemplating space stations, but what they're contemplating on doing with them. And so, you know, this was now we have 2 companies that are going to have production studios or in space, you know, like, wow, of all the things. So what does that mean? Well, wow, we're going to need film directors in space, and we're going to need people who, we're going to need makeup artists in space, right? So, you know, whatever you do, we're going to need you in space. And I just think it's, you know, you talked about James being the person who will be head of the Mars when we land on Mars. I'm just thrilled to be alive during this time when we're looking at building stations that people can go to. And, you know, everyone says, oh, it's so expensive. Only the really rich will get there. But remember, in the 1920s, only the very rich could fly, right? And what did they do? They didn't fly. They didn't use airplanes as a destination. They used them as a novelty. They spent a whole ton of money just to be able to go up in the air and have coffee served to them and then have their cigarette. I love the pictures from the 50s, right? And then come back. And so doesn't that sound familiar? And fast forward 100 years, we all rely on aviation. Even if you don't fly, you rely on aviation to get, you know, bring the flowers to you that you gave to your partner for Valentine's Day. They didn't grow in the United States, right? And so the way the aviation has become the backbone of our global economy, space is the backbone of our universal economy. And NSS is really proud to support that. Thank you.
Terrific. Thanks a lot, Michelle. Couple things to kind of dig in here. Yes, definitely make sure you. I haven't read the article that was on one of your slides, so if you could copy that and throw it into the chat, I'd like to read that one. It is boggling to me that there are so many stations being contemplated, being developed. I'm going to talk about that later this afternoon. Just the the review of just how much stuff is happening, because it's a little overwhelming, honestly. Even years into this, I didn't think we were going to have this many stations in development. Like I've just been really boggled by that this year. All right, so congratulations also for getting the Blue Origin funds. It really speaks to the capabilities of your organization and kind of the stick-to-itiveness, right? That you've been here for a long time and will be for a long time, right? Your mission has evolved over time. I don't think you were quite as politically active in the earliest days. I've been a part of the National Space Society at one level or another since, Garver and Whiteside. So that would have been 2002, 2003, 2004 time frame. I don't remember exactly, but it's in that era for sure. And y'all have been big supporters of the space elevator concept since the very beginning. I know that Pete Swan's got a big event that he does with y'all every year. Everybody's happy to get back to going in person. I won't be, but everybody else is. I haven't been on an airplane in more than 2 years. So you get this one-time grant. We've heard how James and the Mars Society are going to really dedicate that capital. Can you go a little bit more about where you're going with your capital and how does that? What kind of results do you want to see out of that?
So we've been very deliberate in our process about how to do this, and we wanted to get we have a very active executive committee and board of directors, and so we really wanted to get everybody behind what we do with it. And so it took us a while to sort of work that out, but we have a process now where we are inviting solicitations from anybody can solicit. It has to go through one of our executive committee members. But we have a process. Our goal is to create programs that live by themselves. So use this as seed funding for programs that other people will want to donate to and keep them alive that way. And so we don't see this as a one-time. We hope it's not one time from Blue Origin, but we won't get greedy. But what we want to do is create programs that will live on by themselves without relying on other money. And so we're looking very carefully. We have a very stringent process because we want to make sure that the outcomes are that you will actually get students engaged. And of those students, of course, you can't guarantee that anyone's going to go into STEM or STEAM, but we really just want to reach as many students as possible. And so a lot of our focus is going to be on communities that don't generally don't have access to opportunities like this. And so going into rural communities, inner cities, those are really the kinds of things we're looking at doing, bringing space to people who just haven't really contemplated it at all. I go to elementary schools where the students are still saying to me, that didn't happen. Nobody landed on the moon. I mean, and think about that. And there are, full-on grown-up celebrities who also believe we haven't actually been to the moon. And that's awful because I have students who don't know what remote sensing is. I have colleagues who didn't know what remote sensing was, right? And so when you get a law school age student who had no idea that a remote sensing satellite is available to them, think about how many years of innovation we've lost, right? By people who just didn't know we had that capability. Think about what like a sixth grader would think. Oh, they ought to think, when I do my research paper, I'm going to go onto the NASA website and find a satellite image of, from my report on California,
Right.
That should just be second nature. People should think about space as there for us. And so that's what NSS is focused on, is making space a part of, making people realize how much space is a part of our daily lives, and then getting them to access and harness those space resources more.
It amazes me that people don't understand that their Amazon delivery is dependent on GPS.
Yeah.
That their DoorDash or their Uber is space technology brought literally to their doorstep. Like it boggles me that that's not fully understood by every person that uses those services.
Credit card transactions. I was camping in northern Canada, and their satellite blipped out, and I had no cash, because who carries cash anymore? And they were like, "Can't help you. You know, we can't. We don't have our timing to do the credit card transactions." So thank God we were in a small community in Canada where they actually believed me and gave me food for myself and my sons, but which I ultimately paid them for when the satellite came back on. But yeah, I mean, no banking without satellites.
Bonkers. Yeah, hard to imagine. So we only have 2 minutes left. I'm so grateful to what the National Space Society has been doing for years, especially keeping kind of the O'Neill ideas alive. You can see in the Blue Origin imagery and the orbital reef imagery that they've taken the O'Neill ideals to light, to heart, right? They've taken those big ideas and said, okay, we want to build this as a step. So y'all have a pretty big archive of a lot of the O'Neill documents, and then also in the space-based solar power document. So I would say y'all are one of the key repositories for that sort of information. Is that right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's all on our website. So it definitely available to everybody. We have a lot of content on our website. And I think that's something also people don't really, I'm sorry. I'm just still so shocked that it was like, is NSS legit? I'm like,
yeah, right.
Let's change that, people. It should be.
That shouldn't be a question. That shouldn't be a question.
Yeah.
It's not a question in my mind. All right. Thanks a lot, Michelle. So glad that you're here. We're going to talk again next week about kind of future planning for better futures and how to get your organization more directly connected. Right.
Awesome. Thanks for the opportunity, Michael. Always great to be here. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Hey, Angela. You're on mute still. You know.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, good. How you doing this morning?
Good.
Good.
Really good.
Good. If you have time, and I don't want to surprise Michelle and James, but if you have time at the end of your talk, I'd like to bring them back in for a minute to just have a momentary powwow. Hopefully, Rick Tomlinson will also be on screen at about the same time. So I'd just like to take a moment to get a screenshot. If Michelle is still here, if James is still here, I'd like to get a screenshot with the four of y'all.
Yeah, no, I think it's important that we do a panel as much as possible. So I will try to kind of expedite my voyage through the slides.
Excellent, terrific, thank you. And Laura, since you're here, and Vadim, I'll ask you to all go on screen at that moment if you're available. Vadim's got some complexity because he's in Ukraine right now. So right now he's got good connection. So maybe he's available, maybe he's not. Cool, thanks. Hey, Angela, let's talk about ISU.
Okay.
Do you want me to load your slides, or are you doing
No, I've actually got it set up. So as long as this works, we're good to go.
Roger.
All good?
5 by 5.
All right. All right. So I'm here today to talk about International Space University. But I would like to point out that I did work for the National Space Society in the past, and I'm very conversant in in space advocacy organizations and space education organizations, in addition to this kind of upper level International Space University, which is, it has a variety of programs, and I will get into those, but I've also been a Space Camp counselor, I've been a Challenger Center flight director, as well as working at the Challenger Center headquarters. And I'm currently working at NASA headquarters, doing space communications and navigation scan, and I actually do policy and strategic communication. So I'm like a meta communicator. I communicate about communications. And as you can see from this slide here, I'm also the chair of the board of the ISU USA Alumni Association. So I attended ISU in 2007 and then worked at ISU the next year in 2008 when one Michael Lane was a student. So that is where we met. So International Space University. It was started in 1987, which is also when NSS was started. So it was a good year for space advocacy. Clearly, there was a lot of enthusiasm around space forming at that time. The three founders of the university were MIT students. We have Peter Diamandis on the right, Bob Richards, and Todd Hawley, going from right to left. Throughout the years, ISU has had many chancellors who are notable. I'm sure you have all heard of Arthur C. Clarke, the famed author. He was the chancellor starting in 1987. Jean-Jacques Dordain was the head of ESA. Buzz Aldrin, if you haven't heard of him, you're on the wrong podcast. He was the second person to step foot on the moon. And Pascal Ehrenfreund, she actually just recently took over as president of the university, coming from being the director general of DLR, which is the German space agency. And she's also a visiting professor here in Washington, D.C., where I'm located at George Washington University. And technically, ISU got a new chancellor yesterday, but I have not had a chance to capture his information yet. So I don't know. Apologies for that. It was someone I hadn't heard of. All right, so International Space University. This is an institution that is founded on what is called the 3 I's. So international, interdisciplinary, intercultural. All of our learning endeavors embody these three tenets, right? They are the foundation for everything that ISU does. Its goal, let me actually go back one, because that talks more about what it actually does. But its goal is really to form a cadre of space professionals across the globe who can work together, who can understand each other, because they have had this, interdisciplinary and intercultural training, and who can facilitate our way forward in space together. Okay, so this is what these are some of the things that it tries to attract people. So everyone who goes to ISU has to have at least a bachelor's degree. Wait, is that right, Michael?
They made as far as I know, one-time exception for me.
Okay.
And that was in 2008, and the rules have tightened a lot since then. So I don't know, but I think it is a very safe bet to say you have to have a bachelor's degree, because I think I'm the only exception that I know.
Okay.
I know I'm the only one that I know of. I think I'm the only one there is.
All right. I did not mean to put you on the spot like that. I just realized that I may have spoken in error after I said it.
No worries. No worries. We're good.
Okay. So you have to have a bachelor's degree. All of the programs, except the master's, I would call it more in the line of professional development. But you can use the professional development to launch your career into space, to pivot your career into space, or if you're already in space, to really grow your network of international professionals in space. So these are the programs that ISU has. There's the Space Studies program, which is the one that both Michael and I attended. It takes place during the summer in the Northern Hemisphere, and it moves from place to place every year. I will highlight some of the places that it's been in an upcoming slide. Recognizing that summer in the Northern Hemisphere is diametrically opposed to the summer in the Southern Hemisphere, ISU also started a program there that has so far always taken place in Adelaide, Australia. And that is a shorter course. The Space Studies program is 9 weeks, whereas the Southern Hemisphere program is 5 weeks. But they cover the same materials. You can get a graduate certificate from that same university in space studies. Then at ISU's main campus in Strasbourg, France, there's a master's program that is 1+ years, depending on how you organize your course of study. You can either do a thesis or an internship. So which one you decide on kind of dictates how long your course of study will be. But the main courses and everything take place over 1 year in Strasbourg. And then there are the executive space courses. They are 1 week professional development programs that are really meant for people who are already in space, or who are high-level professionals who are pivoting into space. So they're kind of brush-up courses, or courses that will help people who are executives, but who want to get a more in-depth view of what's been happening in space more recently. So, for example, we often have people from NASA who have been kind of, dug into their specific area for a long time, and now want to kind of poke their head up and look for new opportunities within space. And so it's, they know space very well, but it provides more of an overview. And there is one in Seattle. Michael and I are both on the local organizing committee for that, and I have run that several times, as well as the overseas ones. And I'm sorry, there's one missing from here. There's been one in Tel Aviv, Israel, for the past several years also. Okay, so interdisciplinary. These are the 7 areas that ISU covers at a basic to intermediate level. So everyone who attends will get a foundation in all of these disciplines. And this is really important, because then everyone has a common base of knowledge to work from. So if you're a law and policy person, like I am, then I have come to understand, space business and management, which I really knew nothing about. And how all of these things tie together. And that's really important, right? Because a lot of times as a policy and law person, I see, engineers who have invented the best widget ever and can't understand why no one wants to build their widget for them. Well, there are policy implications. There are economic factors, right? Have we hit a tipping point? Is that technology ready to be taken up in the marketplace? Are there legal issues that need to be considered surrounding that technology, right? Things like that. So it's very important to have an understanding of all of these things, so that you have the broadest context possible when you're thinking about how to move forward in space. So these were where that space studies program that I previously mentioned have been. So you can see that the one this year will be in Lisbon. so they've been going every year since 1988. And as you can see, we have a pretty good spread worldwide. We need to do better with the Southern Hemisphere, but they're actually actively working on that. And I put this in here briefly. All of the programs have a similar structure. But what I wanted to point out was that there are core lectures, there are the departmental activities, and there's team project. The departmental activities are when you get a chance to learn more about an area that you don't know about. So going back to that list of the 7 disciplines, you're expected and encouraged to choose something that you are not familiar with so that you can get a more in-depth view of that one topic. And then the team project is highlighted because that, I think, is kind of the heart and soul of ISU. It is a grinder in which they usually have several topics. Let me see if my next one, here we go. Here are some examples. They usually have several topics per session that you can kind of rank your choice, and they will distribute people out to the different teams. My team project had 40 people from 25 different countries, and we were expected to write a 100-page report together. This is your best opportunity to really put those 3 eyes into operation. I will tell you that generally speaking, it's very entertaining. They start out with, the native English speakers kind of taking over. So the Americans and Canadians are all up in there. And then the Europeans kind of rebel and they're like, hey, we want to say too. So then we have to start compromising because they don't give us a structure on how we decide anything, right? How to decide what the format of the paper will be, how to allocate resources, how to assign sections, how to make decisions within the group. None of that is a foregone conclusion. So the team has to come up with all of that on its own. So then people start calling for votes, which is great. Unfortunately, usually no one has briefed, say, the Chinese on what's happening, and that English as a second language for most of the folks makes it difficult for them to follow along with what's happening. So suddenly people are randomly raising their hands around the table and half the population doesn't know what's happening. So this just goes to say that the team project is definitely the area that I learned the most. And I have carried that experience forward into what I'm doing at NASA right now. So another point I wanted to make was that the team projects are sponsored. So it's an opportunity for agencies, for space agencies, for space advocacy groups, for companies to put the student body to work to think about, get information about topics that they're interested in sponsoring. So that is what all of these topics are. They have been ideas proposed by a sponsor that says, I would like some folks with diverse backgrounds to think about this and see what they come up with. Okay, so as you can see, we have alumni from 110 countries. We've got a pretty good spread of the world with just a few spots, obviously, unfortunately, mostly in Africa, but still working on it. Africa has a lot of countries, so that's a lot of territory to cover. But yes, actively reaching out to as many areas of the world as possible, because we want to get everyone involved. There have been 110 startups founded by ISU alumni in 27 countries, and alumni work for all of these organizations and many, many, many more. These are just some of the companies that have been founded in the US by alumni. And I note that Better Futures has been added. So we should put liftport in there as well. We have several alumni who are currently or have been heads of space agencies worldwide. And we also have 3 alumni who are astronauts. Jessica Meyer is a current astronaut. She participated in the first all-female extravehicular activity last year and is in the rota for an upcoming Artemis mission to the moon. Soyeon Yi is the one and only Korean astronaut. So, both of those are fairly unique and really very forward-looking and have made a great impact on the fields, both in the United States and around the world. So this is what ISU alumni receive, but it's more than just what the students get and what the faculties get and what the sponsors get. It's also what they put forward. They bring out a spirit of cooperation that I think is unprecedented internationally. I know that not in my class, but in Michael's class, there were 3 Russian and 1 Georgian/Ukrainian students, and this took place when Russia briefly had a foray into Georgia, and we were all there working together, working through it together, and the same will happen this year. Keep in mind that the earliest ISU sessions took place during the heart of the Cold War, and ISU has always had participation from all sides of any conflict. Basically, in a lot of ways, geopolitics stops at ISU's door because its goal in bringing people together and helping them to understand each other and to create this cadre of space professionals goes beyond just earthly concerns. So that is it for my presentation. Looks like we've got time for a panel for about 10 or 12 minutes.
Terrific.
So hopefully that was sufficient. I will send Michael this presentation. It does have some backup slides with a bit more information about the main campus and things like that. But I'm happy to field any questions, and I would really love to talk to James and Michelle as part of the panel. So awesome. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to try to stop sharing. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And we are on.
Is that the same deck that you sent yesterday? I'll just have Fabio post that. Fabio, just go ahead and post that into the speaker portal, or sorry, into the speaker page.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat.
What's the chat? Oh, deniers, lunar landing deniers. That's kind of bonkers to me. So Angela, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, we met while you were a TA. No, that wasn't your title. What was your title in 08?
It wasn't exactly a TA, because TAs are assigned to like a specific department or team project. I was really academic support. Broadly speaking, I was helping the non-native English speakers. First to understand the lectures and pass the test, and helping them with their department activities. They often had to make presentations or write papers. And I also helped the team projects. I was in charge of the editing workshops and things like that, and was an editor.
Right.
So yeah.
You know, you mentioned your class. What were your class stats? Countries and numbers.
Well, I mean, it was in China,
Yeah.
so we had a large number of Chinese participants in the realm of the 20s, and I don't remember. I think we had about 125-ish students from probably between 30 and 40 countries. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago now.
For my class in 08, we were in Barcelona, and we had 130 students from 29 nations. I mean, that to me, that's why I always say that ISU is the closest thing to Starfleet, because it really is the closest thing to Starfleet that actually exists in the real world. So I was super proud to be a part of that. Right at a really pivotal point in my own career. So thank you. Thanks for that. And then your role as the new president of the U.S. Alumni Association has just recently started. Curiously, around the same time James has started. So that's cool. That's an interesting coincidence.
Yeah. So the Alumni Association is just getting started, but one of the things that you've been working on, and that I think is particularly interesting, is the scholarship fund, because we would like there to be the opportunity for more Americans to be able to attend ISU's programs. In other countries, they have state-sponsored scholarships, and we do not. So, to help space advocacy in general, what we want to be able to do is, get as many people involved in space as possible, and that includes, people from other sectors. And ISU gives them an opportunity to learn more about space, and the scholarship fund that really Michael is headlining will help that more than any number of promotional materials that we could produce.
I'm sensing a theme here. All three of you have talked about education, whether it's middle school and high schools or early college, early career. That seems to be the thing that kind of binds your three organizations. Let's talk about that. Michelle or James, if you want to go first, and then I'll have Angela, since you just talked a minute ago. Why is this the driving theme in basically, I'm going to say, all space organizations, all space advocacy? They all really push for education. Why is that? What are you looking for?
I'll go first. I mean, I think the need is clear, right? There's not a lot, there needs to be more science literate people in the world today. I think we could all agree about that. And let's get them while they're young, right?
Right.
Let's inspire them while they're young. They're gonna, if we do our jobs well, they're gonna go into STEM-based careers, and they're gonna, whether they work on space or not, they're gonna make life better for everybody.
Right.
So yeah, I think I'm going to bring the perspective. It's really marketing space, right? This education, and as James said, get them while they're young, because they're the most impressionable, and they're the easiest to, and they were more willing to grasp. They'll go for the new phone, whereas like people my generation are like, no, I'm going to stick with my BlackBerry. I don't want an iPhone. But if you like, I'm privileged through For All Mankind to be a permanent observer to the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. And every session, every high-level forum, we talk about educating the public. And it really comes down to the public needs to support space in order to get that government funding of space. I need my senators to say, I'm going to spend money on space solar power because that's what my constituents want. And so that's what we have to, for me, that's what the education is. Yes, NSS is all about that STEM pipeline, but to me, it's a much, much bigger thing. We're going to get the funding we need, because yes, we can't rely on Elon Musk for everything, right? The fact is that space exploration has got to start with government support. whether it's through tax breaks or infrastructure, whatever. And we're only going to get that if we get the public giving our representatives the security they need to say, oh, yes, we can spend this money. My voters won't yell at me.
Yeah, I completely agree with Michelle.
It's
Public
crazy
support
that
is-
we have to worry about what the voters are going to yell at the politicians about, but that's where we are. And Angela, education, I mean,
Yeah,
that's the point of the school, but
yeah,
you want to drill into it?
I work within NASA on, one of the things that we do is like STEM outreach, and our basic philosophy is anything that you can do pretty much can be applied to space, right? So the people that I work with are not the scientists and engineers. I mean, yes, I do work with scientists and engineers, obviously, but our job in the Policy and Strategic Communications Office is to help those scientists and engineers get their message out so that other people can understand it. And one of the things that we do is we go to schools and we talk to kids. And the reason that we do that is because we are not the astronauts, right? We are not the people with PhDs in quantum physics, right? We're the people who have degrees in space policy, in communications, in international affairs, in political science, in web, whatever, IT, web development, cybersecurity. There are innumerable fields that you can do working in space that might on their surfaces seem space related, but those can be applied to space. And we want those people who are fascinated by space, but whose skill set isn't going to get them, a spot in the astronaut corps, like people with social sciences degrees, to still say, I want to bring my talent and my energy to this endeavor, because space is something that we should be doing together, and space is something that will help our planet.
Beautiful and brilliant. I have a finance background. I'm good at spreadsheets, but I'm not good at hard math, and I'm definitely not an engineer, right? So yeah, it's actually amazing. I've in the last year I've talked to Dr. Lanius. He's a historian, right? Alex McDonald is an economist, right? Specialties that you don't think of normally when you think of space and NASA in particular. So amazing how all this kind of comes together. All right, we're gonna switch gears. I have pinged Tomlinson, who is calling me right now. That's super awkward. Y'all talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay. Well, hey, while we're talking about education, are there specific initiatives you guys are excited about doing this year? I talked a little bit about our international, our university rover competition, but there's other things we're talking about doing as well. But what are you guys, Michelle and Angela, focused on this year for education?
So the NSS is really looking at the younger, that high school, get them in the space settlement development contests. Personally, I teach space law here at the University of Mississippi. And I did want to share, something really remarkable. When I started this job 4 years ago, we had 3 people in our master's program. It's above the JD. It's called an LLM. Today we have 35. So those 35 students are not just students coming right out of law school, all starry-eyed and Star Trek. They're mid-level professionals. They're people working at Justice Department, the Defense Department. They're Air Force JAGs. They're people running their own law firms who are recognizing the importance of space, recognizing, even if you're a litigator, you're going to want to harness that remote sensing satellite to, or that weather satellite to see the weather of the day that your client might have done something or not, so forth. So I'm really excited But I think what has been a common theme here that not only is space for everyone, space needs everyone.
Terrific. Thank you. By the way, apparently Rick had the wrong link, so he'll be here in just a moment. I often say that ISU's education is wide but not deep. You know, when you start thinking about Starfleet, when you start thinking about, you know, MIT has an orbital mechanics program. UT Austin has a orbital debris program, right? Like there, you know, Michelle, you've got your program at Ole Miss. They all have specialty programs, which we need. We desperately need those specialty programs. But with ISU, it's a wide education. You look at a lot of different things, but it's not deep. You're not going to be an orbital mechanicist. You're not going to become a space lawyer, although you will learn about space law, right? So I just find that this educational outreach has become so important. I was teaching a bunch of sixth graders the other day, and you know, the teacher was, you know, showing some videos and trying to get them interested and talk about the real world, not the fictional world that we grew up in, thinking about what might someday be possible, but the real world that we're actually in now with all this opportunity. So let's talk about opportunity. What do you think is going to be, where do you think we're going to be in 3 years, 2025, 2030 and 2035? Just what does that look like from your perspective? Is that astronaut corps? Is that landed on the moon? Is that space-based solar power? Like, let's throw some predictions at the wall and see what happens.
Well, I can go first. I mean, based on Elon and Starship, we're going to Mars pretty quickly here. When I interviewed him in our conference in 2020, I got some dates out of him. He basically said they need to orbital refuel Starship, and then they're going to send it around the moon, that Japanese billionaire, and then Mars cargo mission 2026, humans 2028. Those are the latest right now, assuming they succeed on their objectives and don't hit a wall with anything. Like, we're going to Mars this decade with SpaceX. And so that's my prediction based on what I've seen. I definitely think that when you have a fully fueled, and this is something you talked about earlier, Michael, the singularity, when you have a fully fueled Starship in Earth orbit, it really opens up the whole solar system for a major mission. And I feel like we're not ready for that, you know? But that's like coming in the next year or two. So
do you think United Arab Emirates is a wild card? Because I think they add a lot of dimension to that Mars goal.
we had their agency director at our conference in October, and they just did their Hope mission. I don't know. I wouldn't call them a wild card. They're definitely doing some interesting stuff over there. They have
I say wild card because I don't think most people are putting them into their mental calculus about what's happening next. And I think they are really significant, really underappreciated.
I think the biggest wild card is China, because China is secretive, and there's already been some leaks that they're working on a Starship competitor. It's just a concept at this point, but like I look at them as the wild card, honestly.
Cool. Michelle, Angela, predictions 5 years out, all the way out to 2025 and 2035?
All my predictions went out the window with the situation in Ukraine. This is This is the first time, when you think about space has always been, and Angela spoke so beautifully about it, space has always been sort of our place to have peace and collaboration. And for the first time, we're seeing that that's not true. For the first time, Russia is actually making good on their threats about not launching OneWeb. We don't know what's going to happen with Station. We like to think that astronauts are sort of above it all, right? They're there for all humanity under the Outer Space Treaty, right? But we're seeing China not back Russia as much. We're seeing Russia back out of like ESA opportunities. I think again, praise the Lord for Elon Musk, and thank goodness the United States has this structure where we are able to have a very vibrant commercial space industry. But I do think it's gonna be really interesting to see with respect to China, not so much just to Mars, but are they gonna pivot? Right now we have Artemis and we have the Russia-China Lunar Research Lab. Is China now gonna pivot because Russia's become a pariah? Will China come into Artemis? I really wanted to see, I would love to see, and what I'd like to say to people, by 2030, we have a US Artemis-led community, and we have a Russia-China community. And then those two communities will teach us how to have peace on Earth. That I can't say that's going to happen anymore. So I'm going to not answer the question.
I'm not well, at least it's honest. I'm not going to answer the question. That's fair. Yeah, it's been, we are cutting our event short today and tomorrow because I had some folks around the DoD Space Force community that suddenly got real busy this week, and they're like, sorry, can't present. Right. So definitely this week has changed the world in some ways that we don't probably yet understand. And space is only one factor in that, one element of a much bigger ecosystem. But yesterday, Homer Hickam, the October Sky guys, right? He said on the news that his prediction, and I don't know where he's getting all of his information, so I can't cite the source, but his prediction is that Russia will be axed out of the ISS agreement, and therefore it may wind up making the ISS deorbit in the next 2 years. Now, I thought that was kind of a shocking statement. I'd really like to know what his math is behind that announcement. So I'm not endorsing that, but I do think it's a pretty powerful statement to say ISS gets deorbited in 2 years. That is a little bit shocking. And that's an impact from Roscosmos. So yeah, I don't know where we go from here, but so I'm going to give you a pass for not answering the question. Angela, you want to give it a shot?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
2025, 2030, 2035.
All right. So for one thing, I'd like to address NASA's relationship with Roscosmos. First of all,
pause. I want to make sure that you are not representing NASA when you make this statement.
I am not representing NASA when I make this statement. However, in graduate school, I did concentrate on space policy and Eurasian studies and was a fellow at both the Space Policy Institute and the Institute for European, Russian, and Eurasian Studies. So that was a while ago, and I won't say that I've necessarily kept up. But I will say that that the head of Roscosmos, Dmitry Rogozin, is well known for making incendiary statements, to say the least.
Broomsticks and trampolines.
Exactly. So let's just say that he says things that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone is taking him at face value. NASA does have a very long working relationship with Roscosmos and in the context of the partnership for the International Space Station, and that I am positive that the professionals who work face to face have a very different view from the politicians who need to posture. And I'll just leave it at that. All right, next topic. What's coming up? Yes, I definitely see us landing on the moon around 2026. It's our latest date. Our Artemis 1 should be going off, in the near future. Everything is going actually fairly well with all of the integration and testing, and I'm sure that for the United States at least, that our Artemis will continue. More and more countries are signing the Artemis Accords, which is, I think, has been a very uniting effort. It indicates a commonality in responsible use of space that is important going forward. And I'd also like to point out that a couple of things are happening that are not, in the headlines, but are being developed. There is a group called the Interagency Operations Advisory Group, the IOAG, which is made up of representatives from all of the major space agencies, including Roscosmos and China. And they work together to determine what standards need to be developed for interoperable systems, so that we can do things like emergency cross support and so on. That group is actively meeting on things like coordinating lunar communications and navigation infrastructure, right? Making sure that the surface to surface communications and the surface to orbit communications and the direct to earth communications and the orbit to earth relays and so on and so forth are all interoperable with each other, and that the systems that are being developed by various agencies and companies can work together. And that is one of the futures that I'm working on with NASA, is to take this interoperability that we're building into communications around the moon and trying to make it more so around the Earth. So as we are, moving out and doing so together, we may not, there may be different bases with different coalitions of people living on them and so on and so forth. But there is still active behind the scenes, all right, this is just smart, right? We need to be able to help each other. We need to be able to, provide emergency backup for these capabilities. We need to be able to basically work together. It makes sense for safety. It makes sense for efficiency. And even if on the Earth people are shooting at each other, in space, people will still have the ability to help each other because all of this activity is going on. And it's just widely recognized, we need to preserve the environment of space, the environment of the moon, and so on and so forth. So I am not prepared to speculate about Mars and beyond. That's a little bit beyond my purview right now. Just to say that the system's being developed for the moon. It's being called Lunanet. It's basically the internet for the moon, and that architecture will be brought forward and moved out as we move to further destinations. And that, the space agencies of the world and the companies that they deal with are all at least trying to work together so that we can we can help each other when necessary.
Isn't that LunaNet like a brand new multi-billion-dollar contract that was? Is that not new?
They are working on contracts right now, but it was initially a concept that was arrived at from my group at NASA, but they have actively sought the concurrence of other space agencies to adopt it as a not NASA concept going forward. Like it was originally a NASA idea, but it is now evolving as a group effort.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That's cool. Good. Working together. Right on.
Yep.
FYI, we're 17 minutes in. I've sent several messages back and forth to Rick. He's definitely having technical difficulties. I'm not sure why. So if you're good with this, we're just going to keep the panel going here. So
don't you mind if I share my vision on the perspective of space exploration?
I would love to have you do that. Let me introduce you then for a second, Vadim.
Okay.
I met Vadim probably 7 years ago, 6 years ago. It was the only course on space elevators in the world. I was one of the instructors. It was a 3-week course in Hungary. A beautiful village, villa outside of, kind of in the countryside. It was beautiful. Really hot. And there was a 3-week course on the space elevator. And originally the main concept was focusing on the Earth elevator, but that was early days when I was focusing on the lunar system. And so I talked to him a lot about that. And then fast forward, he's gone on to be a co-founder in a company, and he's going to be speaking a lot tomorrow about his thing. But I would love to hear your thoughts, Vadim. He has, please go ahead.
Thanks. Last week, the world changed so much that I hear you speaking about Russia and its position in space. But I have to assure you that we can all say that Russia must be removed from any equation right now because of the invasion to Ukraine and because of the sanctions applied to Russia. It will be impossible for them to sustain anything in space with the economical situation that they have right now in the country. And I have a feeling that this economical default in Russia will last for longer. So my vision is that the future of space for the next decade will see the absence of significant participation of Russia in the space affairs. So as we have seen that due to the private companies like SpaceX, they showed that it's easy to replace everything that Russia have been supplying for the space exploration, for the rocket engines and other stuff. And this tendency will unfold in an increase. So we will see the entrance of new space companies. So you have heard about Firefly that was founded in Ukraine, and they're doing very nice progress. So I believe that the niche of the launch vehicles in the next decade will be mostly taken by private companies. And as James said, I agree that we may see the colonization of Mars, or at least flight to the Mars in several years, because I have been at the presentation of Elon Musk in Adelaide when he first gave us a glance at the Starship. And it was only 5 years ago. Now we see the tests, we see the flight. So I believe that the tempo, that the rate that we have right now in space exploration will increase. It's hard to say that it will keep going like that, because we don't know what will happen next, the next, because of the war in Ukraine. We don't know what the nuclear threats will turn into. So I hope that it all will be like it's not real, but we Ukrainians were thinking that the war in Ukraine is not real until the very day when the rockets hit the ground in our cities. So when you feel it, when you see it, everything that is unimaginable becomes imaginable at the very day. So I don't think that it's easy right now to make any predictions about space exploration because of the high uncertainty of what will happen on Earth. But with the idea that we hope for the best, I think that the next decade will be great for the exploration, and we will see new players in space. I really appreciate the idea of this webinar and the topic of the space stations, because I personally think that the colonization of Mars is more ambitious than colonizing the near-Earth space. Building space stations, testing things, it's much easier, and we may get much better knowledge and understand how things go in space. Michael said about having babies in space is interesting idea, and I think it's really important because it's part of a life. So if we want to colonize space, we need to find out how people can sustain long life, and building space stations is much easier approach than sending people to Mars. So I think this direction will be unfolded as well in this upcoming decade. And I hope we will see new players who will contribute much to the to building space stations. For me personally, I think that we may what our society needs is to find the triggers that will pull companies that are not space companies, maybe software companies, that will find their need to for their presence in space. For example, we can say about the co-working offices in space. Maybe Apple, maybe Google, maybe Microsoft will be keen on making the offices in space. So people will be sent for some period of time to work in space. They will contribute to development of software or what they're doing at their companies. At the same time, they will be contributing to the experiments of how the sustainable life in society, not the people who are selected like in International Space Station, not the trained people, but the regular people who have to do their daily routine job. So I think this affair is very interesting and has lots of implications. So that was my speech about my vision. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for giving me a word.
Stay on this. Everybody give me a smile or a wave. Hey, Rick, I want to capture this picture for a second. So Fabio, if you could get that, that'd be great. Rick, thank you. Thanks. I know you had some technical difficulties here. We're going to speed through this as quick as we can. You're going to be with us next month again for a longer talk. So apologize for any technical issues there, but let's talk about the Space Frontier Foundation. Let's talk about how advocacy organizations have actually changed the world. So you were there right in the very beginning. One of the preambles I said earlier was about these four organizations are on screen: the Mars Society, National Space Society, International Space University, and Space Frontier Foundation. Were in fact pioneers going back 25, 30, 35 years. And if it weren't for these four organizations, probably we wouldn't be talking about space the way that we are. So, full disclosure, I'm wearing my ISU pin on my thing, and I got my advocate pin on my shoulder here. I don't think Mars Society or NSS has ever given me a pin, so that's on y'all. You're doing this, James.
I got a Mars pin for you.
Okay, all right.
But we gave you sorry, NSS gave you a pyramid.
They did. It's up here. I forgot about that. Uh-huh. You're totally right about that. All right, I got that on the shelf. You're right. Totally good. So Rick, let's talk about advocacy organizations changing the world. Let's talk about the early days of space.
Sure. Well, first of all, I want to reach out to Vadim. Здравствуйте. Как дела, Vadim? My Ukraine hat, and Я за Украину. I stand with Ukraine. Я за Украину. I love Ukraine. Drop me an email, my friend. Drop me an email and let me know how I can help from here, please.
Rick, I've got him talking for an hour tomorrow specifically on that, but because of internet connectivity, he wanted to make sure he got something in. So I'll make sure the two of you get connected for sure.
Yeah. I've been having talks with my buddy. I'm going to out him a little bit. My buddy Dylan Taylor, and we're going back and forth. Like, okay, man, let's book a plane. It's time to go. We got to go help, right? I mean, it's a shame, and I hope we can leave that kind of thing behind when we go off planet. So yeah, history. I'm an O'Neillian. Work for Jerry, and the way I define O'Neillians, by the way, are people that are dedicated to the expansion of life and humanity beyond the Earth, based on the principles of using space resources and the free enterprise system. So, for example, like Elon doesn't realize it, but he's a freaking O'Neillian. Okay, let's be clear. And frankly, without the O'Neillians, there'd be no SpaceX. So. There are a lot of nuances in the game, but the idea here is that is why we exist. That's why we're here. That's why I get up in the morning. That's what I'm all about, the expansion of life and humanity beyond the Earth. And so, how long do we have? Because I want to make my arc short or fast.
Let's give it 10-ish minutes. And okay. I'm actually sending a message to Laura right now to see if there's a little bit of slack.
Okay, good. Usually it takes me 10 minutes.
You know what? We can do two things. Sorry to have this conversation in public here, but we can do two things. Either you can go really, really fast and we can do it now, or I can give you a slot 30 minutes from now after when Laura's supposed to be up here in just a few minutes.
Your call, my friend, however you want to do it. Okay. I'm totally good with you.
Let me I'm just looking at the schedule. Give me 10 seconds and let me just see where we are. All right. Yeah, Laura's supposed to be up here in just a moment. When she confirms what her schedule is. All right, Laura, can you just come on screen for a second? Sorry to do this live and on recording, but this is what we got to do. This is live television, folks. Laura, are you good if we push back a little bit, or do I need to bring Rick in after you?
Either way is fine. I know Rick can talk a long time, so whichever way you want to do it. I like hearing you, Rick, so I'm not complaining. Yeah, it's just however you want to do it.
Okay, let's do this. It's 9:30. We're gonna stick with schedule. Rick, we're gonna have you talk for half an hour. Laura, we're gonna have you talk immediately after Rick. Fabio, I will text you what the updated schedule. I'm going to cut some of my own stuff later this afternoon. All right. So Rick, you're on. Laura, you're up next. And then I'm going to reduce some of my stuff. Thanks. Go, Rick.
Yeah. So
you got 30 minutes.
Yeah. Laura just nailed me, man.
She's totally right. You can talk, sir.
I can talk. I am an evangelist. I'm not. There's no bones about it. This is what I do to reporters. I basically get them on the phone and talk until their ear falls off and they surrender to whatever I'm telling them. So yes, I guess, again, to do the history real quick, my personal history was I showed up in New York City. I took a thing called S that then we call it Landmark. And people some people get weird about it. Whatever, it's an amazing thing. And what happened was I came out of that and it helped me clear my head, and I realized I wanted to dedicate myself to the cause. At the time, there was no real large or serious space organization in New York City. And so I got together a few people, and we created the L5 of New York City. So we were a chapter of the L5 Society when it merged with the National Space Institute, which had been created by von Braun. Secret story there is that was largely facilitated by a $100,000 grant, which was a lot of money back then, that Boeing and other aerospace companies offered them if they merged together. We were located on the aircraft carrier Intrepid. We were the only L5 and then what became NSS chapter to have our own aircraft carrier, which was kind of cool, even though we couldn't move it. At the same time, I was becoming aware of the fact that Dr. O'Neill, our hero, was down the road in Princeton, and a lot of his people were coming into town for our meetings. And I got recruited, started working for Dr. O'Neill. That's when I met a guy named Bob Werb and Jim Muncie. Now, at the time, I am an activist by nature, revolutionary by nature, and I just felt that Dr. O'Neill, who's an incredibly nice fellow, low-key, very cool guy, that the Space Studies Institute, which at the time was very different than the organization today, let's be clear, they're almost completely different. That at the time, that organization was doing great stuff on sort of the rational, logical approach to opening the frontier. And that was its job. It was sort of the quiet voice, the logical voice, the scientifically accurate voice, the academic voice for the cause. But I felt that there needed to be more. So I went out and I started trying to build on the organization on the Intrepid. By that time, by the way, the organizations, the National Space Institute, L5 Society had merged. They were running around trying to figure out a name. We called ourselves the Space Frontier Society of New York at that point. I went out trying to figure out what to do. And, you know, Mike, you and I kind of came up with this session yesterday, so I don't have a lot of visual aids. But my buddy Peter Thorpe, who's one of the best artists on the planet, we sat down and we came up with this logo, it's a retro future thing, came up with the idea of calling it the Space Frontier Foundation. Actually, I did go through iterations before then. I kind of wandered in the wilderness for a year. At one point, I came up with the crazy name AmSpace. I can show you the logo we came up with, AmSpace, the American Space Society. No, Space, the American Space something, I don't know. Because the acronym for that's not a good acronym. And we went through all of these different phases. And at some point, I ended up sitting down with Jim Muncie and Bob Werb. We're diametrically different from me. We are incredibly different. Jim is a Dana Rohrabacher or Newt Gingrich right winger. Bob is an extreme libertarian, and then I'm me. And the three of us got together and created the Space Frontier Foundation. The idea was to have a radical activist voice, a strong voice, an affirmative voice, to say things that Dr. O'Neill couldn't and shouldn't say, that the SSI at the time couldn't and shouldn't say. There were no really activist organizations at that point. So what we did was, the first thing we did was we organized a petition to return to the moon. We gathered 40,000 signatures. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but this is back in the day when you had to stand by metro stations and subway stations with a clipboard and actually get people to write them out. I remember we have a brochure again, another time. Somebody ever wants to do this history, I can show you. The brochure showed the Buzz Aldrin picture on the front, right? And it had the words "never again." And then when you opened it, there was a family standing on the moon and it said, "Next time we stay." And so we would hand those out, and we ended up turning in the petition. And this was the Bush administration, I think, at the time. We had an insider who was a staffer. We were told that it actually did get the attention of the president's staff because they were looking at putting together a space project at the time. This helped tip him over, and he came out with his space agenda. This is the first Bush. This was 1989, somewhere in there. And this is what later became called in space circles the kitchen sink space agenda, in which suddenly every aspect of NASA somehow was tied to the moon, and the budget went through the roof, project died. But it kind of got us feeling good that we were able to have a little bit of an effect, with direct action, et cetera. And so at the time then, the International Space Station was being, what later became that. It was called Freedom at the time, or Alpha. We came out in opposition to it. We were the only space organization on the planet to oppose the space station at that time. Why? Because we didn't believe governments should drive trucks or build buildings, that was a free enterprise function. That was a private sector function. We also didn't believe the timeline. We were told by the Reagan administration it was going to be done around 92, 94, and that it was going to cost $8 billion. We also didn't believe at the time that it was going to be the gateway that it was being pitched as in terms of opening up the solar system. It was really interesting. Boeing, for example, back in the day, before we had PowerPoints, we used to use things called slides. And these little 35 millimeter slides, and you would put them in a projector, right? So Boeing would go out and provide sheets of slides that had pictures of O'Neillian concepts and mass drivers on the moon, habitats in space, things like that. And then it would end with pictures of Boeing's space station concepts, as if there was some way that those two things were going to lead to each other. It was very, very interesting. So here we came out against the space station. That made us immediately pariahs, because there was almost a desperation to pick up from the missing period of time post-Apollo and get back on track. And the space station was being pitched as getting back on track. We realized it wasn't. So we got engaged in that battle, and that was when we really started, basically engaging in battle with the aerospace industrial establishment. And it was during that period of time that we sort of started clarifying who we were more and more. And we really, really pushed hard on the station. And what was interesting was we fought the station, and we were a small group, but when you're getting in close votes, small groups have power. That's a very, very important political concept. When you are, look right now, Biden's trying to pass some. He's got 2 senators who are both president, right? So, because they can veto what the president's doing. And that's what happens. And so we got down to 1 vote for killing Space Station Freedom at the time. Or as my friends in NASA say, they saved it by 1 vote. And there were a lot of people other than us working on it. I just had an interaction with my buddy Jeff Manberg, who works with Voyager right now, where Jeff reminded me that he actually personally flipped three senators himself against the station. So we were engaged in a very, very serious battle there. And it kind of branded us. Suddenly wasn't getting invited to lots of aerospace parties, Goddard dinners and stuff. I don't know why. But we were a bit exhausted at that point. Now we're getting into the early 90s. And what happened was we had this battle. Space station was going to happen. And I went to Washington. I remember there was a gentleman who you have to hit, whoever does history here, named Tom Rogers. Tom Rogers had been in the Secretary of State's office back in the 60s. Tom was the guy who kind of pushed the idea of using space shuttle external tanks as habitats, one of the early space station design ideas. Space Studies Institute was huge on that. I have a thing about this thick that is like 100 ways to cook an external tank, right? And Tom had just come off of a few years before getting Reagan to actually allocate 2 external tanks for anybody who could prove that they could keep them in space. and they were going to be handed off as salvage. You're doing space stations, something to remember that history. It was too early, and by the way, that's the refrain for like 80% of stuff we do in space. Too early. And so I remember sitting at that meeting, and Tom, by the way, was this little guy, who was the only guy I've ever seen, other than in the movies, that could pull off a seersucker suit, the white suit with the little blue stripes on it, that kind of thing. And he had this amazing voice, and people who've been around for a while remember Tom. And he pulled me aside, and he was like, "Well, Rick, so you didn't win. You lost the battle. So now you got a space station, Rick. Right up there. Yeah, you're going to have a space station. It's going to be there. What are you going to do with it? It's a lemon, Rick. It's a lemon, right? We all agree it's a lemon. How are you going to make lemonade? What are you going to do, Rick? How are you going to make some lemonade?" And I just forever remember that conversation. And so we had to think about it. We were like, well, we were really exhausted. We're a small group. We were way out, shooting way out of our ability. There was also another project going on at the time called the DCX, which was a precursor of single stage to orbit. They were demonstrating the ability to fly, maneuver, land a single stage vehicle. And I have a video, by the way, on YouTube that I produced, actually. I was involved in that. And what happened there was this was funds that had come out of the BMDO, the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, or Star Wars, as it was called at the time. And they were running out of money. They had it was a little program, run out of money, and they were about to shut it down. White Sands, Los Alamos, etc. We heard stories that they literally almost locked the gate, that they weren't going to be able to test it anymore. So Jim Muncie and I, through a friend of ours who was involved with Johnson Space Center in a very big way, big supporter of NASA, and we sent a message through him to, it was Dan Golden, actually, at the time, that we would drop all battles, all work against the space station if he would save DCX. And we got the message back that he agreed. And NASA took over DCX. It became DCXA, et cetera. They screwed it up later, and it did die later. But even Elon recognizes it. And I was at a reunion many years ago for DCX, and Elon sent in a message saying thank you for the work that they had done. And Pete Conrad was involved. A lot of good people were involved. I was a very small part of it. And so what happened there was it shifted us to being pro something, pro anything. So two things happened. We started focusing on transportation, and we started focusing on how to create lemonade from that big lemon that we were stuck with up there. And along the way, we would then go in and do some this was very, very carefully planned. We would basically, I would go in and shout, "Fire!" very loud, and then political eyes would turn towards us, and somebody like Jim Muncie would step up and go, "Well, fire is actually the rapid da 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 da," and lay out legislative ideas and things like that. And so we were able to get attention. It was agitprop, and be able to get our message across. But it did create, some interesting feelings among the aerospace establishment. And I'll give you a quick parenthetical there, which is why one of the critical concepts for those who haven't followed all of this. Why was there a battle? Why has there been a battle? And it was a battle of 30 years. It's still going on. We still have the Senate launch system, being built over here. Here's the thing. You ended up after World War II and the Korean War with an aerospace industrial establishment that Eisenhower called out. That aerospace industrial establishment basically existed to make a profit off of taxpayer monies that are being spent on space and defense. And there's really, at a core level, there's nothing wrong with that. But the idea then was just to keep the money flowing. And if you had this center system that was created post-Kennedy by Johnson to keep the program alive till we got to the moon, you have all these space centers that are just hungry. They want money, 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 money. Now, inherent in that system is the idea of continuing to have cash flow and the idea of not rocking the boat, right? It has nothing, nowhere in anything I have said in this whole definition is the phrase opening space. This is the same logic that gets checks written to the F-35 or an aircraft carrier group. It's just applied to space, nothing to do with space in its logical form. And so this is where the tension arose. Suddenly, you had a group of people who, having grown up with and witnessed the success of that aerospace establishment, have to admit, going to the moon and doing other things, who now wanted to go, wanted to pioneer, who wanted to translate from Apollo to Star Trek.
Right.
All right. We grew up watching that. And so here we show up. Our job is to open space up to the largest number of people we can possibly do. And their job is to make steady flowing money. Doesn't draw too much attention, and so they had a program approach, which is, we came up with the phrase, space is a place, not a program.
Right.
So anyway, that's where the tension arose. And by the way, that's the same tension that you see between Elon and the aerospace industry. Elon wants to go to Mars and put as many people as possible there. What does that mean? He has to make it as cheap and easy to do as possible. That totally runs up against, the aerospace establishment doesn't care about that. They just want to keep the flow going of their cost plus 10%. FAR Part 19, Federal Acquisition Regulation.
We saw it 4 days ago when the Inspector General reviewed the most recent SLS numbers, right? It's still there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And so that's underlying the entire activist aspect of this. So we then became sort of the bad boys and girls of space, because how dare we speak against NASA, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I should say that, our community ebbs and flows in different ways at times. But at that time, and basically up until about the year 2005 or so, there was really not any space organization that would speak against the NASA establishment the way we would. None at all. That gradually shifted over time.
You're saying that's 2005, you're saying?
I'm roughly in that zone, right? So for the first 15 years or so of the existence of Space Frontier, there were individuals, and I have to give credit. For example, there was Henry Vanderbilt, the Space Access Society. Not the cuddliest guy on the planet, but certainly he was out there and he was pushing and he was working his tail off on this stuff. As we moved through the 90s, what happened was we came up with a concept called cheap access to space. And we started focusing in on legislative agendas that would lead to stopping NASA from flying in space. We believed that the shuttle program, for example, had to end. I have press releases on my computer here that are titled "Scuttle the Shuttle." I want to talk about making friends in the space field. And by the way, none of this has anything to do with the amazing people who build and operate and fly the shuttle or anything like that. It's the establishment and the system that we were trying to change.
Important caveat, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a fan. I'm a space fan, right? So what happened as we moved through the 90s then was we kept getting engaged in these different battles on the one hand. On the other hand, we were trying to figure out how to leverage that space station. So in 1995, I was called to testify in front of the House Space Subcommittee, speaking for the team. Not that I'm some genius that made all this stuff up. I'm just speaking for the team. we came up with the concept of Alpha Town. Alpha Town was the idea based on a historical analog of the idea that a government might put an outpost out beyond its borders in a wilderness and then secure a transportation route to and from that outpost. And then trading posts would spring up around the outpost. The transportation to and from the outpost becomes a major commercial thoroughfare. You cut to 100 years later, and you've got a city. And I remember I used to use a picture of Toronto where there's a fort right in the middle of Toronto that makes the point right there, right? There it is. And so we were like, this is how you do it. This is what it looks like. Now let's look at the financial, political mechanisms necessary to create that transformation so that you are not spending taxpayer dollars on space, you're investing them in opening space. And so commercial contracts could come out and commercial companies could then be hired to do all of these different jobs. And that was one of the premises of Alpha Town. I remember in Alpha Town, we talk about all transportation, this is 1995, all transportation to and from the space station must be privately provided. Expansions of the space station must be privately provided. We call for an off space station energy supplier to be developed. That one hasn't really, the first two are doing good. I forgot what the fourth one was. I don't know. Maybe they'd have to hang my picture in every module. I don't know. I'm kidding.
Wasn't this around the same time that Beale Aerospace was crashing because they were trying to build a commercial system, and then NASA's like, no, we'll take it from here and build a competing system. And didn't Blue buy that asset from Beale when they closed? That's around the same time, right?
Oh man, something along
2006-ish, 2007-ish.
Oh yeah, you jumped way, yeah. The first one that hit us in the early 90s was the astronaut, wasn't Deke Slayton, but one of the astronauts had come up with the industrial space facility. And it was going to be a human-tended orbiting space facility. And it was with fingerprints killed by NASA as being competitive with space station.
Right.
During the 90s, I should mention too, Walt Anderson showed up. He had been the guy who gave Peter and Todd and Bob and them the first basically blank check to start the International Space University,
right.
Which parenthetically, I should say, I worked with them. I produced the first 5 fundraising videos, one of which features the Star Trek Next Generation cast and is on YouTube. And I was very privileged to do that. It was a lot of fun.
That was Marina Sirtis, right? That's the big, that's a great video. I don't know if we can find that online.
Someday. It should be on YouTube. You don't show it.
It is, yeah, it is. I'm gonna see if
it's a lot of fun, and I was very honored to work with the boys on getting ISU going, and they did the heavy lifting, but I produced, I think, 4 or 5 videos. And we had Roddy McDowell and very famous lady from Casablanca, I can't remember her name, was the narrator of one of them, all of that. So anyway, it's a very intertwined story. So for example, I remember sitting in the 1990s, I think it was late 1990s, with Lori Garver, who at that point had migrated over to become the head of National Space Society. I remember sitting in front of the NASA building with her, and we had this sort of, back then, the radical environmental group in the world was Greenpeace. And then the mainstream was the Sierra Club. And I remember Lori and I talking about, look, why doesn't the National Space Society, you guys be the Sierra Club and we'll be Greenpeace. And so it'd be like, you could deal with them or you could talk to us, And, I mean, that literally
That's
happened.
awesome.
Lori will tell you.
I've never heard that story before. That's great.
It was just Lori and I sitting on the stone rails out in front of the. Anyway, so the point is,
wait for a pause. For those that don't know, Lori Garver went from National Space Society as the executive director. I think she was there for 4 or 5 years, if I got my history right. But then she became the associate administrator at NASA, like the number 2 person at NASA.
Deputy.
So, right, that's a pretty big leap, pretty fast.
Yeah, there's a whole story about that too. I mean, the structure of the office where you had Lori on one side representing sort of the enterprise side of things, and then you had Bill Gerstenmaier over on the other side of the office, and then down the middle was the administrator. So anyway, long stories, too many. So in the 90s, we were rolling through on these things, and moving in towards the late 90s. And by the way, we kept losing leaders because they would go out and start space companies.
Start space companies, yeah.
Yeah, they were all over the place. And so that's why you see a lot of these out there in the world. By the way, the Space Frontier Foundation, you can't join. Now, this is something I'm still battling our current board about, right? You can't join Space Frontier. You have to be invited. So it's always stayed small. I do believe that we should allow people to merit their way in, but we have a great, fantastic new board right now, and that's totally up to them. But anyway, in the 90s, then Walt Anderson started working with us, and our funding kind of went up. He and I created a thing called FINDS, the Foundation for the International Non-Government Development of Space. It was a $25 million endowment, best job I ever had. Job description was help for me to give away 50% of the increase in the value of the 25 million, which was invested in .com startups. This is before the .com meltdown. And at one point, we were the largest funders of space research in the US outside of National Academy of Sciences and NASA. Well, it was only like 3 million, but it was still quite a bit. And we ended up funding a lot of things. And along the way, as we were funding these things, we started looking at the fact that the space station was going to be, Space Station Mir was going to be bulldozed. And basically, in an almost literal sense, to make way for the International Space Station. And so the Russians were under a tremendous amount of pressure to get it out of the way. We started pushing for it, and we had a program at the time called Keep Mir Alive, bad acronym, but Keep Mir Alive. And we were pushing for it. I have a letter, actually, I found recently to President Gorbachev, asking him to keep the station alive, that we believed in the heritage of it, et cetera, et cetera. Walt and I had a meeting about it, and I heard some numbers from some people at Johnson Space Center about the cost of progress vehicles, because you need to be able to send propellant up and down to the station. And I'm saying this because there's some relevance to what's happening today. And the numbers were way lower than I thought. I took that back to Walt. I said, would you like a space station? He said, yes. I said, I think we can get one. Let's go. And by the way, since we do have ISU here, one of the ideas that we had was that potentially the Mir could become the hub of an ISU campus in space. It was one of the ideas. The main idea later on turned out to be a workshop that would lead to a hub for on-orbit repair, and then work our way out to asteroid and space resources in 99 or so is when we first did this. So what happened was the foundation became the advocate for keeping the Mir alive. You can watch the movie Orphans of Apollo if you want more on that story.
You're gonna tell that story next month in detail.
Oh, good God. Okay.
Right. No,
Yes.
no, you're on the hook for next month. We do have to swap over to Laura here in a minute.
Yeah. So let me wrap up real quick for you. Moving to the present day, the foundation's gone through many phases. Right now, I do want to say two things. In probably the past decade, there's been a great alliance that's developed with the National Space Society and the folks over there. Advocacy has risen. Bob Zubrin, who, by the way, FINDS gave him the first $100,000 to start the Mars Society. Bob is, and the Mars Society has been doing great advocacy. The organizations overall now get it and are moving forward in that area. And I'd like to end by saying that the two things. One is that the new board of the Space Frontier Foundation is an amazing group of people. I was very privileged to be able to help in a very small way, direct some funding to some of the groups out there. And I did that because I do believe that the advocacy community is absolutely critical, right? The billionaire cavalry showed up way late in the history of this revolution. I'm glad they showed up. I'm happy they showed up. But it is the foot soldiers, the men and women whose names you don't know, who could be sitting in their kitchen table, on the phone, online, working on petitions and letters and notes and calling up their congresspeople, doing these kinds of things. Without us, there would be no SpaceX. Okay, we fought down to one vote at times to save SpaceX. That's the importance of these kinds of organizations and why we need maybe not more of them, but more people engaged in them. So thanks for the privilege, and I appreciate being able to share.
Thank you so much, Rick. This history lesson, we're going to keep coming back to it because I think it really does. It tells a necessary story that most people don't know. A lot of the folks are new to the game. They're new to this whole environment and this experience. And I think we kind of do need to have a good foundation of where we came from to figure out where we're going next. So thank you very much. And I appreciate you alluding to your talk next month when you're going to give the history of Mir and Mir Corp. And, you know, I'm going to call it the little engine that could almost, right? So it's a great story and I'm really looking forward to it.
Just real quick with you, Mike. So here's the thing, Mr. Lane. I will also, ironically, given what I've just said, when I talk about the Mir, I'm going to ironically explain why we cannot allow the space station freedom to fall.
I'm dying to hear your thoughts on that. All right, cool. Thanks a lot, Rick. Appreciate it. And sorry for the technical difficulties earlier. See you next month. Stick around. Laura, so thankful that you are here and that you were patient. Sorry about the mix up here. But really excited to have you. You're going to be a regular part of our show from now on, where we're going to talk about, you know, what's new, what's happening in space. I said earlier when you were not on the screen that you are part of our Blue Marble Week and Foundation for the Future's Conversations for the Future, and we just really wanted to bring you into this next series. So very happy to have you here, and congratulations on your new kiddo. That's pretty awesome too.
Thank you, and I'm glad to be here for this chat. And I do have a sleeping baby in my arms right now, so hopefully he'll stay asleep. But if I start like rocking, which I'm doing, I'm not crazy, just rocking a baby.
Okay, no worries. You do what you need to do. Being mom is your first job right now.
Let me see if I can share my screen. So I don't have a huge slide deck. I just wanted to go ahead, and I'm on the wrong slide, aren't I? Can you see it?
No, we don't have a screen yet.
Yeah, figures. This is why I usually don't do screens. Oh, there it goes. Yes?
It's coming up. Yep.
All right.
Perfect.
So having Rick talk first actually worked really well with what I wanted to talk about, because I wanted to start off sort of where he led off, which is talking about the International Space Station, or as he called it, Space Station Freedom, which it hasn't been in quite some time. I believe that speech was given when I was born. So that's how long it has been since Ronald Reagan called it Space Station Freedom. But it has been up there for over 2 decades as a sign of international cooperation in science. And it is, I'm biased, because my first full-time job was working on space station research. I was part of an organization now known as ISS National Lab, also known as CASIS, which does space station payloads for the benefit of humankind. And so I believe that this is a tremendous value to all of humankind. And it's a little sad that we're seeing sanctions now hit with Germany and Russia in terms of science participation. But one of the things I wanted to start off this talk was talking about how much we've gained from space stations. So right now we have multiple science experiments, both human conducted as well as automated, both inside and outside the pressurized environment of the space station. Looking down at Earth, looking up into space, looking inward to the space station, things attached to the astronauts. I mean, it's much more broad than people give it credit for. The sheer number of science experiments. So when I worked at space station, I was the first when I worked at the cases, I was the first physical scientist they hired on their very small team. And so I really helped out with not only all physical sciences, but technology demonstrations and TRL raising. And then they also had me helping out with the biological sciences, the life sciences, just because we were such a small team. And the broad representation of science done on space station is just not recognized because it's not talked about very well. I don't think this is one area that NASA does not do a very good job in explaining what space station does. Maybe because people's attention spans are so short, or maybe because scientists don't do a very good job of explaining what kind of science they're doing on space station. But I really truly believe that it is a worthwhile investment for all humankind, not just for NASA, not just for the United States, but all of humanity really benefits from what we're doing on space station. And it's not only about human research. That is an area of passion of mine. I love astronauts and support all the work that's been being done to get astronauts back to the moon and onward to Mars. But that's not the only thing that we're doing on space station. So this is the reason why NASA wants to create the next generation of low Earth orbit destinations, because we don't want to lose what we've already been doing for decades. And before space station, there was Skylab and Mir and so like there's just Salyut. There's so many different iterations that got us to this point, and we don't want to lose what we've already done. So for that reason, NASA has been talking about the transition to commercializing space station for a number of years now, but it hasn't caught on in Congress. So we have not seen the funding that NASA is requesting. In fact, it's been a little controversial because there are still some members of the US Congress that believe that everything should be owned by the US government and done by the US government, and we shouldn't allow commercial entities to be doing this or that on space station. And some of that I understand, especially when you consider that ISS is a US national lab. Congress designated it a national laboratory in 2005, I believe, with the NASA Space Act. And so you can argue that, why are you doing profit-making things in space? But if you want companies to then make this a sustainable business, not just space station, but LEO destinations in general, LEO outposts, LEO space stations, then you need to have it be profit making in a capitalist society. You have to have some reason that companies will want to invest and have a return on that investment. So for several years now, NASA has been planning for this transition. The dates have been in flux. So we saw during the initial years of the Trump administration, there was a push to end ISS in 2025. Congress pushed back. They wanted to extend it to at least 2030. For several years now, Russia has been saying that they want to end the ISS agreement early. 2024 is a date that's thrown around a lot, but there's no official stance there. And then late last year, I think it was even New Year's Eve, if I'm remembering right, Congress actually the White House put out a statement that they agree with the Senate that they want to extend to 2030. The ISS now is officially back to extend to 2030 as long as there's a law. I think the House needs to vote for it, and I think it needs to be signed into law. But that's what it's looking on the US side. I'm going to talk about how that might still be in flux at a later point in this talk. So moving on from space station, Axiom was the first to be the beneficiary of the commercialization efforts to, I shouldn't say the commercial, they were first to be. So there's been smaller activity on space station, nanoracks made in space, which is now a Redwire. A number of companies had been doing activities on space station to commercialize it. But Axiom is the first to actually get money from NASA to build its own space station, essentially. So in February 2020, I'm reading from notes here, sorry. February 2020, Axiom was awarded $140 million by NASA, first to build a module onto space station. If that sounds familiar, you might remember Bigelow Aerospace doing something similar, where Bigelow attached a inflatable or expandable module onto space station. Bigelow has now, disappeared. It's gone bankrupt, and NASA now owns that property that's still attached to space station. It's a storage facility essentially. But Axiom's plan's a little different. They don't want to attach a storage facility to space station. They want to attach actual habitat modules, up to 3, starting with one module currently scheduled for 2024. And that will be, again, attached to space station, but with the expectation that it will detach from space station whenever space station's life ends and become its own free flyer. So 1 to 3 modules will be the Axiom commercial space station. They are hoping to have this completed by 2027. At the time this was announced, I thought that was ambitious, but maybe with increased funding that could actually happen. Right now, they still seem to be on track with launching that first module in 2024. And so they are, at least with initial reports, they are expecting the whole thing to cost around $2 billion. So I want to talk about cost throughout this entire talk. They were given $140 million by NASA, and they expect the whole space station to cost $2 billion. So the NASA funding is really a drop in the bucket. That is something that's going to be reoccurring throughout this talk. Just recently, a company called Space Entertainment Enterprise, SEE, wants to launch a module called SEE-1, which will be a filming module, kind of like an entertainment studio, initially conceived to be sort of a mixed martial arts kind of concept. Michelle Hanlon talked about this during her presentation. So it's questionable whether that will actually happen. I believe that Axiom space station is much more likely to happen. We don't know if these extra module, the SEE-1, is going to happen, but it's an interesting concept where Axiom is now sort of finding third parties who might be interested in partnering with them and building onto Axiom station. Now, Axiom also is not just building space station. They plan to do their first private astronaut mission, PAM, the first one that NASA is sponsoring in 26 days, I believe. I should hopefully be down in Florida to see that launch. I'm hoping everything goes well and it's not canceled or anything. But that is with Michael Lopez Alegria and 3 paying private astronauts is how I'm going to refer to them. And so they are going to be on the ISS as it is right now. And then hopefully with the first module, Axiom hopes to have at least 1 astronaut continuously inhabiting their space station at all times. So it won't just be these expeditions. It will be an actual, living full-time astronaut with, I'm sure coming and going on their Axiom station. Now, last year, in December, early December, NASA awarded 3 Space Act agreements to Blue Origin, NanoRacks, and Northrop Grumman, totaling a little over $400 million. And Blue Origin's got the concept, the partnership here of orbital reef. So this was announced with great fanfare last year. It's a pretty cool concept. Blue Origin is partnering with Sierra Space, which used to be called or is broken off from Sierra Nevada Corporation, Boeing, Redwire, and Genesis Engineering, and Arizona State University, which ASU is partnering with a whole bunch of other universities as well. And they are calling this a mixed use business park. So this is not going to attach to ISS. This is a free floating station. And that's why this is a whole new set of awards, because all of these are not starting off attached to ISS and then will detach. These are all starting out as free flyers. And they are anticipating that they could support up to 10 people on orbital reef, and they want to have it operational by 2030. Seems ambitious, but we'll just have to see how quickly they can build up and how the funding goes. Starlab was another one that got an award. That is a NanoRacks project along with Voyager Space, which is a majority owner of NanoRacks, and Lockheed Martin. They were, so I don't think I mentioned this, but Blue Origin was awarded $130 million. NanoRacks was awarded $160 million for their Starlab concept. They hope to support up to 4 people, so it's a little smaller, and they want to do it much more quickly. I think they said that they want to launch this all in one go. So they want to have it operational by 2027. They too have a entertainment company that wants to build upon their concept. It's called Space-11 Corporation, also a little bit questionable as to whether or not that will actually happen. But it's interesting to see that now 2 entertainment companies have wanted to partner with these commercial space entities to do whatever it is, whatever kind of entertainment in space. And so let's see here. Northrop Grumman was the 3rd awardee, and I've lost my notes, so I now have to switch gears. I'm sorry. So Northrop Grumman plans to launch 4, sorry, they don't actually have a name for their space station. We actually don't know a whole lot about it, but they hope to have 4 crew members on it, expandable to 8 and perhaps even more. And it's designed to have a permanent presence of 15 years. They haven't released many details about it. The other 2 companies have been sort of toting, celebrating their concepts, where Northrop Grumman's been a little bit quieter. Maybe that's just the nature of Northrop Grumman being more of a prime contractor than the other ones. So we don't actually have a lot of details. And as of yet, I haven't seen any announcements of any other partnerships with any other companies, but that might just be my ignorance. So one thing I do want to talk about, and I might have to cut my presentation short. I apologize. It's the danger of talking with a 1-month-old baby in my arms.
No worries. No worries. Do what you got to.
This was like serendipitous that came into my inbox yesterday, because I was going to make a plot just like this in my chat. If you're not subscribed to Payload, they do daily newsletters, and they also write articles. So it's a great resource. Go ahead and subscribe. It's free. I'm going to plug Payload right now. I don't have any association with them necessarily, but they yesterday put this in their newsletter, just showing how much funding NASA has requested and how much Congress has given for commercialization of space station efforts, LEO destinations. As you can see, it's peanuts. So if you expect a commercial space station to cost in the billions, which is a reasonable assumption, at least $1 billion, somewhere in that order of magnitude, then you can expect that you're going to get some private capital investment, because they're going to be making money on this through private capital in some way or another. But you can also expect that if NASA wants to have their own astronauts, and they want to send up an X number of astronauts and X number of science experiments up on these commercial space stations or outposts after the ISS is retired, then I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pause for a moment here. Then you can expect that NASA would want to put in a lot more money than they have. But of course, NASA does want to put in a lot more money. It's Congress that has been slowing the effort here. So one thing that might change, I don't know, it is too soon to tell. And it reminds me of your Homer Hickam, comment where, how long is space station now going to last? And nobody knows the answer to this question. It is way too soon to tell. It seems like every day the head of Roscosmos, the Russian space agency, Dmitry Rogozin, seems to be putting out some kind of new threat or actual action, which is damaging international partnerships in space. And so whether or not the ISS agreement survives, as it has for all previous conflicts here on Earth since its start, or whether this truly is the end of ISS earlier than anticipated, earlier than 2020, 2030, earlier than 2024 even, we just don't know. What we do know is NASA does have a contingency plan that they published recently as to how they want to deorbit. There are companies that say they want to actually save part of the ISS and turn that into a commercial space station. Don't know if they're going to get permission or if that's even feasible. I'm really hopeful that we can rise above the politics of the situation being as they are, and it's not just politics, it's war crimes and all of the horrors that we're seeing here on Earth. But at the same time, how much do we want to partner if we are actively or sideways in a war with another country? I recently wrote a book called Becoming Off-Worldly, in which I feature an interview by Greg Johnson, Vox. And so Greg used to actually be my boss at CASIS, and he talked about how when he was up on space station, politics wasn't a thing. He befriended a former Soviet fighter pilot, and he himself, Greg Johnson himself, was a former fighter pilot. So up in space station, they can put aside those kinds of differences, but Is it the people on the ground? Can they do that? Is it even feasible? We just don't know. Is it feasible to run a space station without one of the major two partners? We don't know. We don't know what the fate is. But if there's any indication that space station might be endangered, it might be a way for Congress then to recognize that they really do need to accelerate funding for commercial space stations. In fact, we actually saw a US, I don't remember if it was a member of the House or Senate, but talking about how they wanted to kick out Russia from the partnership, which is not probably feasible necessarily. But if they're already talking about it on, and this was a tweet, if they're already talking about it on Twitter, we're just going to have to see how this plays out. It is way too soon to tell. I'm not giving any kind of predictions like Homer Hickam did. I'm just saying that we need to watch out for the possibility that plans are just going to be disrupted and that things are going to happen unexpectedly, as they seem to have been over the past week. And what this means for commercial space stations, we simply don't know, other than it really highlights how important it is to be sufficient, self-sufficient. We want to continue international partnerships for sure, but at the same time, we want to have these backups where diversification, I guess, is the word I'm looking for here. We want to diversify. Another thing to keep in mind is that all of these commercial space stations want to and plan to partner internationally with other commercial entities, and not just commercial entities, like universities and people around the world who can utilize these structures, these facilities. So is there going to be now a problem where there are certain countries now that these companies might not be able to partner with, or might have a harder time partnering with, or might purposely stay away from? We don't know, but it might hurt the business case or the funding that comes to these commercial space station efforts. Too many unknowns. But I wanted to open it up for any questions. I think I can stay on for the entirety of my talk. But so just too many unknowns to predict the future at this point. My predictions, just like Michelle had said, that her predictions got thrown out the window with the Ukraine war. My predictions have also been thrown out the window. And I look forward to just seeing how things progress. I don't even know if look forward is the right phrase. I sort of dread how things are progressing in the past week. But at the same time, this is our job, right? And we try to continue to do it the best that we can.
That's exactly right. I'm going to go ahead and plug your book. I posted a link there for it, and also your company. This is what you do, right? This is the analysis part of Astrolytical, and trying to understand what's going to happen. You're different than, say, the think tank that Garrettson works for, or some other folks, Aerospace Corporation and other things. But at the same time, we are all trying to figure out what happens next and make good decisions, and then be able to advise other people how to make good decisions. So it's a chaotic environment. No one has really wanted to step out and say this is going to happen by such and such. James made a prediction on Mars because it's a different kind of animal, but yeah, stations is it's a hard topic right now, and especially because its heritage is being shook right now.
One prediction I think it's safe to make is that the Chinese space station will continue to go very strong, and that the Russian space station won't exist. Russian economy is being completely destroyed right now. They didn't have much of a space station or a space agency budget to begin with. They've been experiencing budget slashes. So even before this whole conflict started, we saw a lot of dreams coming out from the Russian side that were probably not realistic. So I really don't think there's going to be a Russian space station, unfortunately.
No, I think this has probably killed the lunar partnership with China also at the same time. I think that's probably off the table as well. But that's just, again, outsider looking in, making guesses from my perspective. Thank you for this. I really am grateful. Do you want to go? Do you need a kid to take care of, or you got 5 more minutes?
Probably should go. Thanks so much.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, Laura. We'll see you next month. Really glad you're here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, everybody. We're going to switch gears here. I will candidly tell you that the part of the program that we've had this morning is my favorite part. We're going to move to, you're still on camera, Laura. Okay, there you We're going to move to a little bit more kind of thinking about things a little bit, maybe a little bit of participation from the community, from the audience. And that goes back to the basic theme of, how are we going to build a giant space station? What does that look like? Why do it? What can we maybe accomplish if we do it? So that's kind of the rest of this afternoon is going to be a little bit more aspirational. I'm going to break it into bite-sized chunks so it's a little bit easier to digest. And we're going to take a look at some other space stations. Laura talked about a few of them, probably the biggest, the most prominent, but surprisingly, the list is a lot longer than that. And I don't have a lot of information about some of these, so it's gonna be a little bit of guesswork. As I said twice today, I did have some folks I had asked to come in and give some more kind of expert opinions. So I'm afraid you're going to get some of my amateur opinions on some of this stuff. But it's been great. By the way, Angela and James, really appreciate y'all being here. Thank you very much. Yep. All right, let me pull up my schedule here. So the rest of the afternoon looks kind of like this. I'm going to talk for a little while about the grand architecture, how I think space is going to evolve, how it has evolved and where it's going. We're going to talk a bit about Liftport Group, a bit about requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trades. What does it take to make a station? And then we'll have some conversations within the communities. So that's what the rest of our day looks like. Let me just switch gears to a PowerPoint. So give me a second. And so this is a piece of a much larger slide, and I'm not going to go to full screen because it's a little bit difficult for me to watch all of my screens if I'm going to full screen. What I'd like is for folks to start thinking about using the chat and then posting questions. I think that'll be a lot more interesting for the rest of this afternoon. There's a segment that we've done in most of our events. We've now done, this is our 18th event like this. And we've probably done this particular segment in about half of them. It's called the Grand Architecture because it's how I think humanity is going to move out into space. And, credit to the Mars Society for sponsoring, or not sponsoring, that's the wrong word, but just really being a giant supporter of our program here. The moon is still my primary target. That's the primary target of Liftport Group. We are focused on building an elevator on the moon. So I'm not going to change my graphic, but I am very grateful to the Mars Society and the team for being supportive here. I think this is our most immediate target. That there are more than 100 missions to the moon, either planned or actually fully funded. One mission, I think, launches either either maybe it's launching today or maybe it's launching Tuesday next week. It's called Capstone, and it's not going to the moon, but it's going to be out near the Lagrange point as a communications platform and an observation platform. So hats off to those folks for sure. But it's happening, right? It's happening. We haven't been back there since 1972, but we're going back in a really significant way. Just at the very end of the last, or about towards the end of the last administration, they came out with this, the National Space Council's exploration development roadmap, and it was reconfirmed by the administration. So this is the roadmap of going to space right now from official sources, and in a world that politics is, politics drives an awful lot. It is interesting that two very, very different White Houses have actually agreed on this basic formula for going out to space. So in a place that's not really known for bipartisanship these days, it's gratifying to see that this document is being supported by two different perspectives, but ultimately to the same destination. So it's a great document. Fabio, if you can post a link to it, I think it's worthwhile. If not, I'll get to it later. But it's short. It's a short, good read that tells a lot about where we're going, what we're doing, and why. And Liftport did, I don't know, 5 hours worth of analysis on video for this document because it's so important. We actually broke it down paragraph at a time, page at a time, and in some cases word at a time, which could be pretty agonizing to watch. But I think it is. I think this document is shaping the world, and so it's worth taking a look at. There are 5 big ideas to this. The areas that we're going to be focusing on are commercialization of LEO and returning to the moon to stay. But not highlighted in this talk, the next plank to this plan is extending humans to Mars. So really, really worth reading this document because this is basically the marching orders for a U.S. goal in space, a U.S. process in space. Always interesting to pay attention that they're focusing on workforce development and education, and that science is actually the fourth plank to this out of 5. I was really surprised. I'll go back to this one. I was really surprised, but this is actually the order of priority in the document. LEO, Moon, Mars, science, and workforce. Me, I would have changed the order of this a little bit. I would have prioritized education and workforce higher, but I said earlier I said earlier during the Starship Singularity talk that some important stuff came out of that meeting. I don't have evidence for this, but I believe that both the industrial space-based meeting led to this document, or at least elements of it were incorporated into this document. So here you've got now retired 3-star General Quast saying that what we're talking about now, the path for America to go to space, what we're doing, how we're doing it, the idea of this laid out grand architecture I'm going to showcase, that this is really important stuff, and maybe maybe the most important conversation in our nation's history. That's a pretty profound sentence from a 3-star Air Force general. Considering all the conversations in our history, he's saying that what we do in space going forward will determine America's role in the world. And, this is his bias because it's his job to help defend the United States. But I think he's right. I think that how the world moves into space quickly, is going to have ripple effects into the future. So I think it's pretty interesting where they're coming from. And then I said earlier that I know the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force. He's really pushing for. Yes, he has an agenda for American security, but that if you look back at the document I referenced earlier about the role of government having a North Star statement that says this is what we're going to do, how we're going to do it, why we're going to do it, that really does have impacts, and it helps reinforce current programs. We just heard Laura talking about how uncertain the International Space Station's future is. So it helps reinforce current programs, but also allows for the opportunity of new potential programs. We've seen that happen earlier in the conversation. We were talking about Lori Garver, who went from an advocacy organization to the number 2 position, leading one of the largest advocacy organizations, Michelle Hanlon's organization now. She went from leading that to second in command at NASA. And so she was able to take her commercial space perspectives and embed them into programs that have evolved, but that's what the commercial crew program that we have now started out as, the commercial cargo program that paved the way. And there were people that, as Rick said, there are people whose names you will never know or hear about, but they risked their careers on this idea that American commercialization can radically change how we develop space as a nation. And I want to stress right now that while I am talking about an American program, my role at International Space University, my deep conviction of developing a Starfleet for everyone still remains true. So we have these programs, and the government's getting involved, and we've got some guidelines for how to get involved. But building space is really challenging. It's really difficult. And I think that there are kind of 4 pillars for this structure. You've always got hardware. I find it funny that the icon I found was of a computer, but normally we talk about hardware in the sense of we're going to space, right? The International Space Station is not lines of code. It's run by lines of code. Certainly software is necessary, but that we're building rockets, we're building space stations, we're building probes that go to the moon. We've got rovers on Mars. At the end of the day, this is a hardware-driven industry. How do you pay for it? Laura's last slide was talking about the shortfall of how much money is being requested versus how much is being allocated. She mentioned briefly some of the costs relating to, or the fundraising goals relating to building space station hardware. She highlighted that one organization has $130 million in revenue on a projected cost of north of $1 to $2 billion. So not even 10% of their projected costs. We host events like this because we think outreach is necessary. I'd say that's one of the cornerstones of NSS, ISU, Space Frontier Foundation, and Mars Society, is that outreach is part of the game, is part of the necessary system. And ultimately, those things frame national and international policy, national and international law. So framework is really, really important to this whole thing. All of this rolls into who are the players? Who are the players when we're trying to get back to the moon, when we're trying to build space stations, when we're trying to commercialize low Earth orbit, and ultimately when we get to Mars? I refer to this as AC/DC. I'm kind of cheesy about my line about for those about to moon rock. Meaning it's a play on words, right? It's not very good play on words, but that's what I got. But the partners, the people that are involved, academic, civil, defense, and commercial, I put this in the order that I did, not just because it makes a good, 80s band mnemonic device, but also because for a really long time, academia was driving space efforts, allied to NASA and NOAA and a few other civil organizations. Defense was in the mix, but in the background, right? You had the X-37B as a defense mission in space. GPS is a defense mission in space. Certainly they have their roles, but they don't have quite the same headlines as landing a person on the moon. And then way in the back was the commercial drivers. That has only changed recently. I would argue that the commercial drivers are certainly moving up in stature and in responsibility and importantly in capabilities, right? So you've got the government element, you've got the pieces of the infrastructure that have to get created, and then you've got the players. So if you've got all of those things and you've got an overarching mission, right? Now you can start figuring out, what does the grand architecture look like? Who, what, when, where, and then this is where we're going, right? Yes, there are 100 missions planned or developed for going to the moon. Many of them are funded. The US is really putting a lot into that. We have a lot of international partners, especially in European Space Agency and JAXA and Korea and United Arab Emirates. And there are a lot of developing space nation programs, not developing nation programs, but developing space nation programs that are growing very, very quickly. Most folks are surprised to hear that Australia is a basically brand new space agency. Even though they were involved with the Apollo days, they've only recently created a space agency. People are somewhat surprised that Mexico has a space agency. It's also relatively new. There are more than 50, I think maybe 60 might be a closer number, but there's at least 50 space agencies in the world. Most of them are less than 10 years old. Many of them are less than 5 years old. So we've got this backdrop where folks around the world, organizations around the world, academic, civil, defense, and commercial organizations around the world are trying to figure out what their space plan is. And so I argue that we're really, really good at launch and satellites. Um, somewhere in the world, about every 3 days, someone is launching a rocket. Some of them are big rockets, some of them are little rockets, some of them are test, and some are orbital. But about every 3 days, somewhere in the world, someone is launching a rocket. 20 years ago, when I started this, that sentence would have been straight up science fiction. Straight up science fiction. There were only a few games in town back then, right? You had the Russians, you had the Americans. Europe had their rocket. And each nation had their internal champions. So America had the Atlas and the Delta. Most of European Space Agency relied on the Ariane rockets, and then there were some workhorses in Russia in the Soyuz, and then of course there was the space shuttle, right? So that was kind of it, right? So maybe you had a fleet of 6 or 7, maybe 8 possible systems in the whole world for launch. Now there's more than 10 in America by itself. 6 of them have been proven to be reusable rocketry systems. So that has fundamentally changed the game. 6 reusable rocketry companies. Rick Tomlinson earlier his new job is that he's one of the co-founders of Space Fund. They are tracking over 150 launch companies in the world. And there are so many that they've got an internal policy that they've publicized that they will not invest in a launch company because the market is massively oversaturated and there's no way to pick a winner at this point. And you heard me talk about Starship Singularity, that changes the equation for everybody's rocketry, everyone in the world. So I think it's a very safe argument to say that launch is solved. That is a checkbox. We will get better and better at it as a species, as humanity. We will get better and better at it. But I think it's safe to say that that's solved. Now that comes from the guy who 20 years ago committed his career, rightly or wrongly, committed his career to building a space elevator on the Earth, right? Because 20 years ago, going to orbit was ridiculously hard, ridiculously expensive. And, my paradigm was, let's make it cheaper, let's make it easier. Reusable rocketry was absolutely science fiction. I never could have imagined what we're seeing now. I never could have imagined 100 tons 3 times a day. Just to put that in perspective, the most ambitious plan under the NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts project for the space elevator, the most ambitious plan was 40 tons. And maybe that was going to launch once a month. Maybe it was going to launch twice a month as a lifter for the space elevator. 40 tons, maybe twice a month, maybe. My team at Liftport created a very ambitious plan to launch 100 tons every week, which was a boggling amount of capacity. And everybody laughed at us. Everybody thought that was ridiculous. Like, how could you even fill that much cargo space? And we used to joke, we said that it was going to be the crack dealer model, that the first launches were going to be free. We'd give them to anybody just to fill cargo space. But that once you got addicted to space, you were addicted to space, and that we'd have a customer for life. I know that's not a very politically correct way of approaching the problem, but it was a pretty good market solution. So fast forward, I stopped working on the Earth elevator more than a decade ago, maybe 11 years ago, 12 years ago, and switch gears to the lunar elevator, which we'll talk about more in a minute. But I would say, I risked my career on the idea of a space elevator, and clearly that was wrong, that reusable launch and rocketry have eclipsed the need for a earthbound space elevator. And then the communications and observation satellite network. When I started, there were 400 satellites in the sky in 2000, 2001. There were 400 satellites. One company alone launched double that last quarter, right? SpaceX's Starlink launched 763 satellites, if I got my math right, last quarter, right? There's more than 6,500 satellites orbiting, active satellites. There's more than 6,500 active satellites orbiting the world right now. I remember as a kid camping, looking up the stars, seeing a satellite was a big deal. Like you would wait for a little while to see a satellite. Now they're everywhere. There's 6,500 active satellites. There's north of 10,000, an additional 3,000 or 4,000 large objects the size of a desk, objects the size of a car, objects the size of my thermos, right? There's a lot of very large objects. There's thousands of small objects and millions of very small objects. So we're in an era now where communications are key to the whole world. You heard Michelle Hanlon talking about how she couldn't process a credit card because she couldn't see a satellite. Now that's amazing to me, but that's how interconnected our world is now. And she was in Canada. Like, we don't think of that as being remote. We're moving to an era. So we have 6,500 satellites in the sky right now. One company has a third of all satellites. Not one country. One country has almost 2/3 of all satellites. That would be the United States. But one company has a third of all active satellites. That's pretty amazing. I talked about the Starship singularity. My next paper right after that is the Starlink singularity, because I think that's also opens up something that's unpredictable. So we're moving to an era. So we started with 40 satellites when I started. We have north of 6,500 now, but we're moving to an era where we're going to have 40 to 60,000 satellites. Let that sink in for a second. 40 to 60,000 satellites. And the Satellite Industry Association is tracking over 100,000 satellites that have been, that are on the drawing board. And there's one organization that we don't know whether to believe them or not, but there's one organization that has got a 300,000 satellite network on the drawing boards. We don't know if they're real or not. It's too soon to tell. But the Satellite Industry Association is tracking 100,000, and we have pretty good confirmation that we'll have 40,000 by the end of this decade, before, in Candy's phrase, before this decade is out. So I think it's safe to say launch and comms and observation are solved problems. So then what's next, right? What's next? And in-space transportation is developing. Last year on a similar program, we had folks from Orbit Fab come in and talk about how they're building refueling stations on orbit. Since then, Lockheed Martin is contracted with Orbit Fab for, I think, a $10 million contract to provide refueling on orbit. Keep in mind, there is nothing up there that can use refueling right now, but it's coming. People are redesigning satellites to take that into consideration. Refueling is really, really important, and one of my frequent guests on this show, Pierre Gerritsen, refers to it as maneuver without regret. That's the idea that you can change position, change angle, change timing over a site. And every time you make a change, and given the congestion that's about to happen on orbit, there's going to be a lot of folks changing angles and trajectories. Every time you make a change, you burn fuel. And so that limits the life of your spacecraft if you don't have a refueling capability. So in-space transportation is going to be really important. Fuel is one component of it. The other component is actual transport. So there's 3 companies out there that are working on basically space tugs: Northrop Grumman, Astroscale, and no, I guess there's 5. Momentous, Cislunar Development Corp, and I'm forgetting one, but there's 5. There's 5 that are all working on some element of orbital transfer from LEO to GEO, or from one place in LEO to another place in LEO, or ambitiously from LEO to the Lagrange point and even to the moon. GeoJump springs to mind that they're focusing on that. So in-space transportation is going to be the next critical piece of infrastructure in this grand architecture. I'm going to skip the lunar elevator talk for a moment. I'm going to come back to that in a little while later this afternoon. But suffice to say, I obviously believe the lunar elevator infrastructure is a necessary element in the construction or in the development of humanity moving to the moon, to Mars, free-floating space stations, that the lunar space elevator is necessary to that. And I believe that because of all the rocketry, because of all the in-space development, that while I don't have the same conviction that an Earth elevator can be built now, as the whole cislunar econosphere develops, the lunar elevator gets more and more useful and more important. So then where does that leave us with space stations, right? That's the theme of our conference for the year. We're going to be talking about space stations in a lot of different contexts, hopefully with the idea to spark the imagination for what would a 15,000 person space station look like, or some architecture of 100 stations with 150 people. I think that's the next big thing in space. It's why we've organized Better Futures around the topic of building this. Stations are the key to going to space, and we think of stations, yes, as free floaters at Lagrange points or LEO or GEO, but also stations include the moon and Mars, right? That these are independent outposts for humanity. They will all be science experiments. They will all be, places where people risk themselves and fortunes. And so that's how humanity is moving out sooner rather than later. To enable that kind of development, there's going to be mining and there's going to be manufacturing. One colleague of mine thinks of it in terms of finding a resource, building a road to that resource, and then building a town to support access to that resource. And I think that's probably how this is going. So if you can imagine, launch is building the road and the station supporting is building the town to support the resource. We know there's resources on the moon. We know there's resources on Mars. And we know that the value of being at low Earth orbit in a limited gravity environment, or the value of being in a vacuum, has value to industry, that there are characteristics there that are important. So that's what we're going to see. And if all of those things happen, it enables the development of space-based solar power, which has been my personal driver for nearly 25 years. Harvesting resources off of them, specifically harvesting resources off of the moon, creating giant solar panels, and then positioning those solar panels over the top 300 cities of the world to provide clean, green, limitless energy to everyone. And that's kind of where we're going. So with that, I'm going to conclude talking about the grand architecture and shift gears. I was kind of hoping there might be some questions in the chat. I haven't seen any, but feel free to jump in. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing the screen. Give me a moment to change gears here. I went a little long on the grand architecture because I think it was pretty important. I'm going to go into some updates for Liftport, and then we're going to kind of jump into requirements and space stations. Okay. Let me pull up my screen here. So this part is a little bit more of a free-for-all. I'm going to keep it short, talking about requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trades. So you heard Laura talk about some of the systems that are in development. I'm going to talk in a moment about a larger review of some of this. But what do y'all think is important? I'd like Fabio to kind of unmute people, and I don't want you to just chime in. I'd rather you use the chat. But let's talk about what you think is important for whether it's one big station or lots of little stations. I think it's safe to say we all know we need environmental controls and life support. Like, okay, cool, let's get that. You need thermal controls. Good, let's do that. What are some of the things that people need to be thinking about in order to successfully thrive on orbit? Does anybody want to chime in on that? Okay. I tried to do this session last time also, and it also got crickets. So maybe this is something we have to kill for future events. What I had in mind here is to start maybe creating a to-do list, a document that was trying to capture using the 4 pillars. So hardware, business, outreach, and framework. What are important considerations for these space stations, right? There's a lot of folks building space stations. I've been surprised how many people are working on building space stations. What do you think they are looking at? What are their considerations? What are they, how do they make their decisions, their trade studies, their feasibility studies? What are they looking at? Anybody on the chat? Okay. Okay. I'm going to assume that the crickets I'm hearing means that we should just skip this section and move on. For the record, this didn't work yesterday, and I have a section like this scheduled for tomorrow that I'm going to edit. So we will not be doing this tomorrow. All right. So let's talk about lift part for the next 15 minutes or so. This event series is built around the idea that that Liftport needs a recurring, reliable revenue stream so that we can continue the work that we're doing on the lunar elevator. I don't want to sugarcoat that. It is difficult and expensive to build an elevator on the moon. It's difficult and expensive to do the design work to build an elevator on the moon. And there's a lot of pieces that we're working on long before we have that system in place. And so that's what Liftport Group as a company is all about. Candidly, I think if you know this channel, if you know this our history, we went out of business once in 2007. When our funding ran out from me losing my building, we were briefly in business in 2012 to handle a pretty messed up Kickstarter, and then we restarted in 2017, and we've been pretty quiet. We've been really quiet since then, but 2 years ago, during the beginning of the pandemic, we almost failed as a company, and that might have been the last time ever that we could fail. And so we wound up doing these conferences as a service. I described that earlier. And so we've only started hosting these events for ourselves with our own agenda recently. Last month was our first one. This is our second one. It's definitely a work in progress, but that we're betting pretty heavily on this event series, this digital conference series, as a way of building outreach, communicating with our community, focusing on the pieces that need to be constructed for our eventual lunar elevator. So the 4 topics that we're working on for our series, every month we're going to talk about space stations, because I do think that's the next step. And it's essential for our Lagrange point station. So we might as well start, use this series as a brain trust to create the things we need to create for a space station. So space stations topic is going to be every single month. One of these 3 topics will happen every month also. So these will happen quarterly. So this one and this one, or this one and this one, or this one and that one, right? So 2 events a month. And the other 3 topics are lunar development, settlement and settlers, finance, capital, and the money side of space. And the third one is the future. You heard me talk a minute ago about what does 2025 look like. That informs 2030, and that informs 2035. So what does the future look like? So money, lunar development, and the future. So between those 4 topics, we should have a very, very busy next year. And I hope that you would join us for that, because together I think we can build an elevator on the moon. That's the plan. That's the goal. Our target is to aim minimum to get 200 people and preferably 400 people at those events. If we've got that, then we have enough self-sustaining revenues to do the next work. So that's where we're going. I'd love to have any support from this community, and to share what we're doing. Tell the world what we're doing. For the company itself, we are growing. It's careful. We've got 2 full-time people. We've got 1 part-time person, 1 person on leave of absence for medical reasons, and 2 more will be joining us before this next event. Towards the end of March, we'll have 2 more people joining us. So a growing team, a small team, but a growing team. The first version of Liftport was as large as 14 people and as small as 6 people. So it kind of makes me feel good that we're growing to the point where we're about to be as big as the smallest version of the first version of the company. I hope that sentence made sense. So that feels pretty good from a corporate perspective. We've done a lot of work with our mailing list. We're beginning to start to send out twice a month newsletters, one that focuses on Better Futures and the event series, and one that focuses on the progress that we're making on the lunar elevator. We do hope to make some progress this summer. Summertime tends to be a good time for us to do big work. We get a lot of support from students and interns, so we can usually assign some stuff. I think I have some news, but I'm not going to announce it probably for another month or 2 until I know that it's real. But I think we've got some pretty cool hardware stuff in the works. So that's kind of in progress right now. And most of my effort, most of the team's effort right now is focusing around this event series with the idea that if we stabilize our revenues, then we can grow from there. So that's what the next probably 3 months really looks like, is to focus on this event series, build out to the expanded event series with the other 3 topics. That's going to take an awful lot of work this next 3 months or so. And we are short staffed, so it is hard to do all that. But that, assuming that happens, the end of summer and early fall look really, really exciting. We are working on some stuff that I'm not going to talk about just yet. We had a very important business development meeting on Tuesday this week. My immediate schedule next week is focused on this new element that looks pretty exciting. So I hope to have some good news next month on that. I've been burned enough by broadcasting good news prematurely that I'm not going to do that. But all I'm going to say is I'm working on some stuff that I think is pretty fun. And with that, I'm going to shift gears to the next piece of our topic, our event today. And we're going to talk about space stations in a little bit more depth than Laura did. I will be the first to acknowledge that I had never, ever paid attention to space stations until the last 6 months. I knew Laura from a couple of years ago as a name. I didn't know her personally then. She had a colleague, Justin Kugler, who is now the program manager at Redwire, so he's gotten a heck of a set of promotions. But they were colleagues together back at CASIS, which is the commercialization arm of the International Space Station. So I've been looking at space stations for a really long time, but truly as an outsider, I would call myself a fan of the International Space Station, but I didn't necessarily know how it worked, why it worked, what the partnerships were about, the international partnership. I definitely didn't understand the business structure, the finance structure of the station. So I find myself as I find myself as an enthusiastic amateur. I said earlier that we had some folks scheduled for the day that due to their Department of Defense requirements, they were not able to join us because, well, Russia has invaded Ukraine, and these folks have other things they have to think about today. So, so I am going to be what I say I am. I am an enthusiastic amateur, and with that, I'm going to jump into the space station's review. And we're going to talk about the stuff that I know, and we're going to talk about the stuff that I guess at. And I'll try really hard to distinguish that. As our series evolves over the next year, I know a lot of folks in this field, and I'm going to work really, really hard to bring them to the event here with us, so we can hear it directly from the horse's mouth, so to speak. Okay, I'm going to share a page here in a moment. Yep. A second. Okay. So this is one of my placeholders for the programs that exist, and I think it's fascinating that my first revelation when I started doing this was that there's a lot going on. And I'm kind of paying attention to 11. We're going to talk about this a little bit more here in a moment. But just the fact that there are 11 that you can talk about. I don't know if anybody remembers the heady days of asteroid mining of 10 years ago, 8 years ago. There were the two big companies, Planetary Resources and Deep Space Industries. Those were the two pretty big companies. DSI, Deep Space Industries, was a wider, flatter organization with lots of moving parts. Adequate but not great capitalization, an adequate but not great business plan. It has since been acquired. The assets have been acquired. But some of the core people there are people right? So you've got Daniel Faber, who's now running Orbit Fab. I just described his company a few minutes ago as an on-orbit fueling station. Megan Crawford and Rick Tomlinson had Space Fund. So, even though the company didn't survive, I think Bradford Space bought most of those assets. So pieces of it evolved, right? And then Planetary Resources, run by Chris Lewicki, kind of backed emotionally and financially by Peter Diamandis, from the X Prize Foundation. Diamandis brought several of his multi-hundred millionaire, billionaire friends to the table. That organization was backed by 6 different billionaires. They built some pretty amazing facilities up here in the Pacific Northwest. Ultimately, they also crashed, and ultimately they also sold most of their assets. But out of the ashes, a phoenix has arisen, because a company here in the Seattle region called Explore went on to buy up some of their assets, and most importantly, buy up the business park, the business site that Planetary Resources operate out of, because it was a ready-made space development company headquarters. So I bring those up because there were 2 asteroid mining companies. Now, there were 3 or 4 that talked about being asteroid mining companies, but they never raised a nickel, as far as I know, and they were not really credible. But you had 2 that were really credible, that had real money, but they weren't publishing how much money they had, right? It's one thing to say that there were 6 billionaires backing Planetary Resources, but they never published how much money they had in their checking account. They never published when they would get contracts. They were not getting a lot of contracts. As Tomlinson said earlier, it was too soon. The ecosystem wasn't ready for them, right? So I bring these up as a comparison contrast to where we are now with space stations. And it's amazing to me. It's amazing to me. First of all, we're talking about at least 11 space stations, at least 11. So right off the bat, it's very different from the aspirational ideas of asteroid mining, where only 2 organizations were fundable. And the other thing that strikes me is that there's real money behind this stuff. I'm going to get some of my numbers wrong, but all of this is verifiable and fact checkable. I'll try to post notes. I'll post notes in the Discord channel. So definitely want to encourage you to join the Discord channel. Fabio, make sure that you post the link to the channel, please. So let's talk about how I've kind of broken this up, right? There's current, start with where you are, right? Start with where you are. There's current, there's planned, and there's aspirational. That's kind of how I'm breaking these ideas up in my head. And so we're going to kind of work our way through these to the best of my knowledge. As again, I say, I am an enthusiastic amateur, because I've really only been looking at this in a holistic way for the last 6 months. So, if I get something wrong, please let me know. If I make an error, or if I'm missing something, really, I want you to share that with me. Okay. This stuff is too important to me. It is too important for me to get it wrong. I cannot get it wrong. So share if I got something wrong, please. All right, so we spent a lot of time talking about the International Space Station. I think it is the pinnacle of human capacity right now. I'm going to say that again. I think it is the pinnacle of human capacity. When you think about the great works that humanity has embarked upon, whether it's Notre Dame or Sagrada Familia as cathedrals, or if you think about the pyramids or the Great Wall, or giant dams or transcontinental railroads or transoceanic communications platforms. If you think about super colliders like CERN, I don't care. I don't care. I think the International Space Station is a beacon of hope for the world. it shows the pinnacle of what humans are capable of when they work together. I think it is technologically a marvel. And importantly, it's got a very interesting legal, financial framework structure that makes it really important. And as this series is titled, it is the Starfleet Enterprise. It is the work of building Starfleet that has enabled or has helped create the International Space Station. It's not just a technological marvel, it is also a cultural beacon. And to me, it says a lot about hope. So you've got the ISS. It's been operational for more than 20 years now. I saw a funny clip on the internet somewhere that says, if you have a birth date that starts with a 2, like 2000 anything, then there's never been a moment in your whole life that there weren't humans encircling the world every 90 minutes. I mean, I just think that's amazing. I think that's amazing. It's a testament to what humans can do if they want to. But it's also an old system. It's an old system. I think it is appropriate to talk about retirement of some kind. I certainly have some feelings towards the idea of deorbiting it. I think that's a terrible waste of resources. Because this thing was expensive, right? It was $150 billion. Some argue it's north of $200 billion. So my 150 is a little on the conservative side. It was more than 15 years of construction. And if the dreams of SpaceX are realized, or Blue Origin, or any of the other 4 reusable rocketry companies, if those dreams are realized, then the ISS could be very easily replaced. But that doesn't mean it's going to lose its place in our hearts, right? So I think there's a tremendous value in that asset, and I've heard ideas where you should just melt it into slag and use the aluminum as a resource on orbit. And I've heard that we should bring it to a really high parking orbit and turn it into a permanent museum. I've had friends suggest that we take the parts and turn it into a lunar elevator counterweight, which I think that's a pretty interesting idea, because then you don't need to use fuel to position it and keep it. And it makes for a great counterweight because it's really big and bulky. But then it's a permanent asset in space. And I have to say, I kind of like that idea. No one on my team has run real numbers on that. Don't take that as a plan or a hope or any engineering. That's just idle speculation. I want to be clear on that. But ISS, pretty remarkable machine. I own 2 cars. I own a 3-year-old Prius because I like good gas mileage, and it's a reliable car. And I own a 1974 Porsche 914 convertible. As much as I love driving my Porsche, the Prius is a better machine, right? It is a better machine. There are more advances. There's better braking, better handling, better steering, better air conditioning and heating system, better stereo, better pretty much everything. And I'm never going to not drive my Porsche because I love my Porsche. But I've had that car for 20 years. I've had that car more than 20 years. I'll never not want to drive my convertible, but I have to admit that my Prius is a better machine. And so here we are with the International Space Station, designed in the 80s developed and started the first flight pieces in the 90s, full construction and operations in the 2000s. It's an old machine. I might call it the pinnacle of humanity's capability, but it's an old machine. Its origins are 40 and 50 years old. So is that the same as my 74 Porsche and my 2017, 2018 Prius? Yeah, I think there's a fair comparison. So it is time to start doing major work, and it is time to start thinking about what your upgrade is. But I wouldn't drive my Porsche off a bridge into the ocean any more than I think you should drive the ISS into the ocean. I think there's value in it regardless of how we use it. So let's talk about the other one, right? The Heavenly Palace. I know a lot less about this than I'd like. It's the Chinese version. Philosophically, it's very similar to Mir and Skylab, the Soviets Mir and the American Skylab program, in that it is a test to build the next more ambitious system. Currently you cannot operate on the Heavenly Palace permanently. I do believe that the Chinese would keep it permanently crewed if that was available, if they had the technological capacity to do that. So I think they will evolve to that, but currently it is not permanently crewed. And that's a pretty important distinction, right? What are the logistics of getting 3 people enough food, enough good water, enough recycled water, enough air, right? What kind of rocketry do you need to keep 3 people operational? And it's not very big. It's not a very big asset, right? So but it speaks to ambition, and that's the thing I want you to think about. It speaks to ambition that that China has very consistently set big goals in space and then met them, and then the next goal, and then they meet it, and then the next goal, and then they meet it. I might it's easy to point to the Chinese program and say it's a copycat of the Soviet, the American system of incremental development, and they've had 50 years, more than 50 years, to copycat those two space programs. I don't think that is a fair analysis. I have heard it many times. I think that belies just how serious this is and how skilled they are. And I think that to minimize or trivialize the Heavenly Palace is to make a very big misstep, because I think the people making that misstep have blinders on. So I take the Heavenly Palace very seriously. I think people should, and I think it's a precursor to whatever's next. So keep that in mind when I talk about this one down here, okay? Moving on is Gateway. I am not a giant fan of Gateway. I don't think so. I like I like some, how do I say this in a way that's right, that's accurate? I like some elements of Gateway, and I loathe some elements of Gateway. So it's really difficult for me to talk about in an objective manner. First, I'm glad it exists. I'm glad that NASA is working on whatever's next. I don't think it probably has as much utility for going to the moon as NASA does. I think as we see Blue Origin and SpaceX evolve their lunar architectures, that Gateway is gonna become a white elephant that's not very useful. I'm not sure of that. I'm not as sure of that 100%, but that's what my gut's telling me. Again, want to stress that I'm an enthusiastic amateur at this point. My hope is that by the end of this year's event series that I am no longer an enthusiastic amateur. But Gateway has an interesting position, orbit, which I think is gonna be important. Especially when you consider, my ambitions for building a lunar elevator. I don't believe that Gateway gets in my way, but it does add some complications to my own personal task, target. The idea of using it as a pre-positioning system for getting to and from the moon, I think that's pretty cool if the only way you're getting to the moon is the Space Launch System. But as the Inspector General pointed out just a few days ago, the Space Launch System may not be financially sustainable. Or if it is, you have to cut major projects, major budget elements at different parts of NASA to enable the creation and maintenance of the Space Launch System. So if your only path to get to the moon is Space Launch System and Gateway, great, go to the moon if that's your only way. But I have a strong hunch that that's not the way we're going to do it going forward, which tells me if I'm right about Starship Singularity, then it makes Gateway kind of pointless. So little concerned about that. So those are the things I'm worried about, right? Like, I like the technology, I like the goals of it. I think that the reusable rocketry community is going to make their plan obsolete. So I would hope that somebody can look at that before we spend an awful lot of money on a white elephant. I do not think that the Gateway is in the same class as the ISS. And I, again, don't want to offend any of my friends at NASA. I literally went to the wedding of a senior person at Gateway, but from an outsider's perspective, I have some skepticism about it. Next on my list is Orbital Reef. Laura said a lot about Orbital Reef. I think it's pretty remarkable. I think any organization, any entity where you have Boeing, Redwire, and Sierra Space all combined with Blue Origin, that should be getting people's attention. Just the pedigree of the partners. If you knew nothing else about it, just the pedigree of the partners is substantial. I'm local here to the region, so I've had some pretty interesting conversations with some of the folks at Blue. Some of the people in the news about Orbital Reef are people that I personally know. I'm excited to see them growing, and so I have a strong hope that Orbital Reef does what they are trying to do, right? Right. I hope that they succeed in their goals. I've gone on record, for better or worse, I've gone on record stating that Blue Origin is my favorite space company. I don't like their motto of gradatum ferociter, where step by step ferociously. I would wish that they would just put a little more gas into the system, but nevertheless, I said in my presentation on the grand architecture that the launch is solved, and the next thing is space stations. So I'm really glad that they're jumping ahead and focusing on the orbital reef. I think that's super important. And that they're partners with Boeing with their heritage of landing on the moon, and they're partnered with Redwire and their heritage of on-orbit manufacturing, on-orbit construction. I think that is a dynamite team. It's funded by the second richest guy in the world. So I think they have technological and financial resources that most other organizations will not be able to match. So I put that, actually, this is hierarchical, by the way. These are the ones who I think are like the most likely to get where they're going. This is in the wrong spot. Yep. Axiom, the other one that Laura mentioned, they have something north of $400 million in their checking account. 400 million is a lot of darn money. They just recently pulled in 130 for another contract. Is 400 million enough to build a space station? Nope. Is it enough to build a really cool module? Yep. So they have hired, and I think this is purely for the headlines, but they hired Apple computer designers to help them design the interior of their Axiom spacecrafts. I think that goes a lot. I think that says a lot about their kind of company and what they're trying to build, right? So I think you're going to wind up in an Axiom model, and you're going to hang out there for a minute, and then you're going to go next door neighbor to your next door neighbor at the ISS, because they're only a hatch away. The first implementation is only a hatch away. You're going to go from the cool new sexy of Axiom to the 20, 30 years of operation. Astronauts say that the ISS smells terrible. Well, good, right? You've got 6 humans in a confined space for 20 years in a row with limited shower capacity. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that ISS probably smells bad. And according to Tomlinson, Mir smelled terrible also. So because you don't have the filtration systems, right? Like there's only so much you can do. Apparently, I'm told that you get used to it. Next month in this series, we're going to bring in a couple astronauts and a couple science fiction authors. And I'm going to point blank ask them, because I want to know the answer to that. But I think people are going to compare the cool new sexy of Axiom to the old but steady workhorse of ISS. I don't know if ISS is going to hold up to it. And the way that they are connecting is literally a hatch away. So you've got the Apple designers inspired interior versus the NASA inspired operational environment of ISS. So I'm curious to see how that marriage works. I'm a little skeptical, but their plan is not to stick with ISS forever, never, never. That's their first step. But I want to point out at the bottom of this list, again, using Tomlinson's words, too soon, the first NASA partner that connected to the ISS is no longer in business. And this is a group backed by a billionaire also. So just because you're connected to the ISS, just because you're connected to a lot of money, if your timing is wrong, it does not mean you get to build a successful company. So that's Axiom. They have a great leadership team. I have a lot of respect for their leadership team. They certainly have been around the block. They've literally been to orbit. And if I were to, prior to Orbital Reef and Starlab coming online, I would have clearly said Axiom was the 100% leader of the commercial space station race. I don't believe that anymore, only because Orbital Reef has such great partners. So I put them kind of next in line. Again, Laura talked about Starlab and Northrop, so I'm not going to go into them very much, except to say that Tomlinson was saying that just before his appearing with us, he was on a call with Jeff Mamber. Jeff Mamber is the founder of NanoRacks, which has been bought by Voyager. This is a very powerful team. NanoRacks has arguably, up until the launch of SpaceX's Starlink system, NanoRacks was individually responsible for more satellite launches than any organization. So you would take a CubeSat in a resupply mission up to ISS. You take a CubeSat, drop it into a NanoRacks system, and shoot it out. I think they called it a cannon. You would shoot it out of a port at ISS. So these folks arguably have the most commercial success on the ISS of any organization in the world, including more success than Lockheed Martin and more success than Boeing. Boeing manages the operations of the ISS, so some people might take some offense to that language, but in terms of operating on a space station in a commercial way, nobody in the world has the same assets that NanoRacks has in terms of experience, been there, done that, got the t-shirt for it. So definitely impressed by those folks, but they don't have as much money as Axiom. So that's why I ranked them the way that I did. I am really rooting for the Starlab folks. Yeah, I'm really rooting. Gosh, that's not fair. I'm rooting for everybody on this list. Some are stronger, some are in stronger position than others, but I'm rooting for everybody on this list, and that's true. I don't know that much about Northrop Grumman's system. I'm really glad that Laura, who's a professional researcher, also couldn't find that much about it. And I only know this one, Varda, by rumor. I put them on the list because the rumor is, and it's a credible source that gave me the rumor. The rumor is they have $50 million in their checking account. So I know nothing about them other than somebody that I trust tells me they have $50 million in their checking account. 50 million is nowhere near as well funded as these organizations. But I think 50 million puts them in a different category, right? So now we're going to talk about the aspirational ones. I have a lot of skepticism around these, but I'm going to give them kudos for existing in the first place and trying to, attempting something that's really, really challenging. I don't know if this set is the equivalent of the asteroid mining companies that had a little bit of money but not enough, a little bit to make headlines but not enough to build something, a little bit to bring in partners but not enough to succeed in their goal. It's really hard for me to say from an outsider's perspective. So I put these all in the aspirational list. I got to change an order here. Give me a second. Well, I'm going to leave this. No, I'm going to change it. I'm going to skip these two for a moment. The first two, orbital assembly and Arcosys, I'm going to skip them for a minute because they take more time, and I'm going to go into these a little bit further. So this 1KM plan, that's China. Remember what I said a minute ago about China like marches steadily towards a goal, and then they have a history of reaching their goal. Only maybe 6 months ago, China announced that they are, quote, studying the development of a kilometer-wide space station. Now, you heard Michelle Hanlon talking about O'Neill cylinders. By the way, O'Neill cylinders are quite a bit larger than 1 kilometer systems. But holy cow, a 1 kilometer system, right? For perspective, the ISS is a fraction of that, right? The biggest structure in space that humans have ever built. It's what is it? It's slightly more than 100 meters, 120 meters ish. So an eighth the size of this supposed plan. Now, I hesitate to put the word plan. In fact, I'm going to change it right in front of you. I'm going to call it a study. So it has not become part of the Chinese national plan as a plan, but it is a study. But it does make you wonder, given how much attention, how much media attention this 1 kilometer study got, and keep in mind, they hadn't actually completed the study. What they announced was that they are going to study it, right? So crazy amounts of press and visibility around launching a study. We don't know how well funded the study is. You know, I've got the NASA NIAC document on the shelf behind me, and that was a $570,000 study that resulted in a report that's 3/4 of an inch thick, right? So how much is this study? And let's put that in perspective. That was 1 full-time person, 1 or 2 around the edges volunteers, and a committee to build a conference, right? That's what NASA counted as the space elevator study. So we don't know how well funded this 1 kilometer station study is. We just don't know. We don't have enough information. So I definitely put it out there as real because of its source, but it's hard to put it in the planned category because we don't know how much cash there is, if there is any cash at all. So it's on the list, but I said there's reason to be skeptical of everything on this list. Tethers Unlimited was recently purchased by a group out in Colorado. They maintain their headquarters here in the Seattle region. I'm going to say that what I'm saying next is straight up guesswork. There are no facts. There's no research. There's no point to a website. But I personally have known Rob Hoyt for nearly 20 years. I know what he wants to build in space. is big structures. Now he's moved away from elevators. Like originally, Tethers referenced his original business partner, Bob Forward, who is a big fan of Tethers. They do less with Tethers than they used to, but they've gotten really good at space engineering. They have a big team. They're well funded. They're always hiring. By the way, as a plug, they're always hiring. And they've gotten some very large contracts, both in DoD, academic, and especially in civil space. So NASA. So I just have a hunch that they are probably looking at or considering building stations of some kind. They already are really good at on-orbit construction. So, but most of their systems are small. I know that they have ambitions for larger stuff. And we've interviewed Rob Hoyt a couple times last year. So those videos are on our YouTube channel as well. I put in here this list. I put Liftport on the list. You know, yes, we want to build a space station at the Lagrange point. The end. We're not doing any work. It's not a real system. We don't have any money on it dedicated to it. That's why it's in the list of aspirational. And a wildcard organization is Asgardia. They have 1 million members in their community, with the goal of building the first space nation, the first nation in space. They're definitely trying to do interesting things. I've had many, many, many hours of conversation with those folks. But it's really hard. It's really hard to do what they're trying to do. And you know, their primary financier is you know, a Russian oligarch, and that's not hyperbole. That's not exaggeration. It's well documented. I believe he has a disagreement with Putin, so I don't know where that puts him on the political spectrum. I don't pay attention to that stuff very much. But they have a plan for. They have a hope for a space nation. So I put them into the aspirational category. So far as I know, no money is allocated to any of the bottom three. Only a small amount of money is allocated to this Chinese study. But that leaves us with these last two, Orbital Assembly and Arcosys. You can find them on the internet. They're very investigatable. There's some interesting stuff there. Orbital Assembly has raised $2 million on a crowdfunding platform. $2 million does not build a space station. $2 million might get you some really good drawings and a lot of skull sessions where you're starting to put pen to paper and building out ideas. So credit to them for pulling that off. They have a really interesting team. I don't know what to make of them. I genuinely do not. Laura Forsick wrote an article with them in mind last year. You can find that on her website, Astrolytical. There are people on that team that I really respect, and there's people on that team that I'm very that I question. So it's hard for me as an outsider to really know. Full disclosure, I do know people that have invested in their crowd equity raise. They asked me my opinion, and I told them I don't know. So and then Arcosys is a little bit different. So they also are trying to raise equity via crowd equity platforms. But they actually have contracts for revenue that's in the low millions, not tens of millions, I don't think, but in the low millions, and they have a pretty good sized team. But again, beyond reading what their website says, it's really hard to get a read on how credible they are. I want to assure you, I'm not trying to knock them. What I'm trying to say is the verdict is still out. But I'm using the knowledge that I gained, the experience that I gained from an outsider's perspective, watching asteroid mining companies try to exist and try to build, and saying, this is really hard because it's really expensive. And so if more capital is not, if they don't achieve more capital very quickly, $1 or $2 million, even $5 or $10 million is simply not enough money to be long-term credible. So if I was leadership of those organizations, I would spend the money I have to get more money. And that seems really crass, but as a guy who's been funding a really challenging project, mostly out of his own checking account for a really long time, I know the realities of trying to finance something that's really difficult. So with that, I am going to end my review of space stations. Over the next 10 more months, we're going to bring in a lot of folks that know a lot more about this stuff than I do. So I hope you consider this a preview. And if I got anything wrong, consider it just me being an enthusiastic amateur and I got it wrong. So I hope to learn as much as the rest of the audience when we do this. I'm going to share our series, what we have planned. Whoops, I got the wrong page. Give me a second. Still on the wrong page. Where is the right page? Sorry, a little bit flustered here. Where's this thing? All right, I'm going to find it in a second when I'm not like rambling on screen here. Here, sorry. Ignore all this stuff to the right. I've told you we're going to do a series on 2035 lunar development and finance and capital. Ignore the dates. The topics are good. The dates are wrong. We're doing some stuff with Moon Society and International Space University. That's planned. The column I want you to pay attention to is this one. So last month we did orbital manufacturing and babies in space. We're on this one now. The coming months are going to be great. It's going to be so much fun. We're going to bring in folks talking about the science and the fiction of living on orbit. So we're bringing in some astronauts and we're bringing in some science fiction authors to talk about what we're really up against. If we're really, really talking about 15,000 people, what does that look like? And so my hope is that we can use the crystal ball of the authors, the science fiction authors, and the reality, the learned experience of the astronauts to kind of come up with, things we should be thinking about for real. The next month, we're going to talk about requirements, architecture, feasibility, and trades. During today's conversation and last month's, we tried doing a conversation about Raft. It was crickets today. It was pretty challenging last month. So the idea of having a full 2 days focused on it is a little daunting, but I think the people that we're going to bring into this are going to really be able to add some light, some illumination to the topic. So we'll bring in systems engineering people. But again, remember, it's not all about hardware. It's also about business outreach and framework. So all of that will come together when we start talking about requirements. Really excited about the 5th month, where we talk about analogs, right? There's a lot of analog systems, lunar and Martian analog sites in the world, where people are doing real research and getting real results. Maybe not so much around the hardware, because that's very expensive to mimic, but methods and processes and psychology and food and all of those things, logistics. Those are the things that we can learn from analog systems and then apply them to building out, a giant ecosystem in space. You can't talk about space stations without environmental controls and life support. So that's July. And then how do you pay for it? Who is going to pay for these big things, right? We just talked about organizations with, hundreds of millions in NASA contracts, hundreds of millions from investor capital, literal billionaires backing some of these ideas. But how do you pay for all this, right? We're going to talk, this one is more about outreach. It's about telling our story. I don't want to confuse that with the fact and fiction. This one is really about what are our ambitions, what are our goals, and how do we tell that story? You heard 4 speakers this morning talk about how education and dreams drive this industry. So we're going to look into that quite a bit more. Law and policy, food, water, environment, shelter. As the months unfold, we're going to look at this stuff with different lenses, same problem, same goal, giant space station, but through different lenses. So we're booked all the way out to March into April next year. So please make sure you join us for that. And with that, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. Okay. We have a piece that we call like the other 28 days. And we use that as a way of describing that the work doesn't stop when we turn off our monitors today. That there's another 28 days in the month. We have 2 days worth of programming and another 28 days in the month. That's an invitation for y'all to get involved. And if you like this topic, maybe be a part of this topic, right? Maybe decide to take some action where it's not just entirely passive, right? If there was something about today that inspired you, we want to know about it. So Fabio, if you could post the link to the Discord channel, that would be great. We want to bring people into this community and build this community in a way that is inclusive and actionable, operational. This isn't just about joining yet another club. It's about joining a club that's going to try and do something. We often refer to it as a community of doers, a community of builders. Tomorrow's event is going to be pretty terrific. We're going to talk about a tool set that I use to make really, really complex problems and opportunities a little bit simpler. So a framework tool that I've built called the Numenia process. I use it internally at Liftport. I'd like other people to know that it exists and be able to freely use it. We're going to spend 2 hours talking about the holy grail of space, which is how do we have kids on orbit? Dr. Edelbrook is going to specifically talk about the birthing process and the series of tests that he's going to have to encounter, biological, psychological, financial, ethically, morals, and legal challenges he's going to have to encounter in the work that he's doing. But I was talking to somebody a couple days ago. Oh, 2 different conversations at the same time. One guy is a teacher of 6th graders, and how do you handle 6th graders on orbit? And that's a different problem than the newborn that Laura had this morning, right? So there's stages in this process, right? There's the biological, can we bring babies to term? But then there's the social impact of what does it mean to have babies in orbit? So we're going to explore that a lot over the next year. That's a recurring theme. And then Lisa's going to come in and talk about how to make Starfleet real and her experience with the Star Trek universe. And finally, we're going to have Daniel Tompkins come in and talk about how do we eat off-world, and technology permitting, invasion in the Ukraine permitting, we're going to have Vadim Pasco come in, live boots on the ground in Ukraine, and talk about his organization, Spline Cloud, and how software is absolutely essential, critical to the development of space infrastructure. So that's what tomorrow looks like, and that's what the coming months look like. So make sure that you come back and join us tomorrow. And with that, I think it's time to wrap up the event. I'm going to leave you with a closing question. I would love to get some feedback or an answer on this, but if anybody wants to stick around and just talk, we're probably gonna kill the recording for a moment, but this is an invitation. I would like to talk to y'all about these 3 time epochs. What happens between now and 2025, just 3 years, 3 very short years, but very significant years. What happens between now and 2025, because that's going to inform what happens between 25 and 30. And then let's start making some guesses for 2030 to 2035. The things I want everybody to think about are how many people will continuously live on orbit. So right now we have 6. 2 months ago we had 9 because the Heavenly Palace was operating. A few days before that, we had Blue Origin operating with their with one of their first flights, not their very first one. But on that flight, there was 6 from ISS, 3 from Heavenly Palace, and 4 from Blue. So that's not, by the way, that's not the record for people in space. The record is for a very short time, 14 people on the ISS or 13 people on the ISS, but we're getting into record-breaking territory. So if 6 is current, and you know, 13 or 14, 12, 13 or 14 is kind of the limit. And 13, 12 has been recent historic levels. How many people are going to be operating on orbit in 2025, 2030, and 2035? And I'm tempted to give you a hint that one of the think tank people I know, two of the think tank people I know, they gave us a hint last month. I'm not going to share that hint. I'd like to kind of just be independent, but with that, I'm going to close. We're going to cut the recording, and I want to thank everybody for being here. A special shout out, super big shout out, first to all of our speakers. They are what make this thing work. Very importantly, to my own team. I couldn't do this without their continuous help. So Fabio, especially, thank you very much. And then James Burke at the Mars Society has been especially helpful for this event, both in some organizational, operational ways and some broadcast, sharing to his communities. So thanks everybody for being a part of this. Thanks for the audience. We really are grateful to you. And for the folks that bought tickets, couldn't do it without y'all also. So thank you everybody, appreciate it. We're gonna go off screen now. Have a great day, y'all. Bye.